Okay, so we have four different race options. The race will affect starting talents, which will have passive effects both in and outside of battle. We got humans. Humans are the common race within Aravorn and the most physically unassuming. People are less likely to be wary or suspicious of humans, making them more open to sharing information. In battle, a human's appearance an unimposing appearance may cause foes to underestimate them, leaving them more vulnerable to a critical strike. Elf. Elves possess excellent powers of observation. With a keen eye and sharp ears, they can pick out details that others might overlook. In battle, they can easily identify enemies' weaknesses. Half-elf. Half-elves possess keen intuition that allows them to excel at uncovering derived information and can draw a big-picture understanding from simple observations. In battle, their ability to anticipate enemy movements can allow them to more easily evade critical hits. Dwarf. Dwarves are physically imposing and can gain respect simply by walking into a room. People will be more likely to notice and consider a dwarf's ideas, even if they may disagree with them. In battle, their presence allows them more easily bluff or intimidate enemies. I'm going to go with dwarf, I think. Dominant talent. Profession. Choose a background profession. Your choice of background profession will affect your starting talent, which can be used both in and outside the battle. Scholar. Scholars excel at logical persuasion and have the ability to make reasoned appeals to more rational individuals. When facing enemies who are capable of rational thought, they may be able to negotiate temporary ceasefire. Debt collector. Hated by many, loved by few, respected by all. Most debt collectors are actually slow to resort to physical violence and frequently rely on bluffing and intimidation. In battle, they may be able to extort items from enemies or terrify them into fleeing. I think that would work well with the dwarf because they're supposed to be good at bluffing and intimidation too, right? Bard. Bards are natural extroverts and they're experienced at using social pressure to compel people to comply with their wishes. In combat, they can taunt and provoke enemies into making physical attacks, potentially preventing them from employing skills like magic. Bonus 2 2 health regen in battle. That's kind of hard to pass up though. Merchants are skilled negotiators and excel at finding common ground to find a mutual solution. In certain combat situations, they may be able to bribe their way out of a confrontation. Better prices from vendors. Normally, I'm not much of a bard, but that bonus health regen, I mean, that's kind of hard to ignore. Social talent enemy becomes incapable of doing anything besides physically attacking, can't use skills, and their accuracy is reduced for 5 turns. Okay, so now he gets to make a character. Can't turn the character, so we don't get to see what the back looks like, which is always sad. Oh, we could just make her bald. That's hopefully that's a long ponytail back there, because I almost always go with the ponytail option, but oh, we got some bright colors in here, okay. Let's go with something along those lines. Yeah, that looks fine. Actually, you know what? That's that looks good. Do. That looks. I like that. Hmm. Lots of different colors here. Oh, let's go with that. That looks good. We can have a beard, even though we're a lady. Well, we are a dwarf after all. What is my name? My name is Jade. Okay, so we've got visual novel mode, no battles at all. Play this mode if you only want to experience a story. You might skip small parts of the story this way, some battle sequences. Easy, a walk in the park. Play at this difficulty if you're into role-playing. Standard, familiar, hard, or nightmare. We're going to go with normal and hope they don't wreck us too hard. I breathe in, drinking in the damp, cool night breeze that rushes over me. The air is crisp, the stars are dim, the moon is full, and the dead are out to play. It's exactly the kind of pleasant evening that's best spent in hiding, despite the ever-present allure of the fields outside. The deadliest nights are always the loveliest. Let's move my VTuber thingy over a little, so we aren't completely blocking the thingy. I'll just peek out a little. It is fine. My tent is situated on a grassy knoll, comfortably outside the crawling mist of Namar, but close enough for me to see the moonlight dancing across the fields, bent and scattered by the foggy haze. Oi! Do my ears deceive me? Could someone be out in the fields on this night of nights? Oi! I hear the cry louder this time. The voice sounds distinctly human with an air of distress. What should I do? Let's see who it is. I step out of my tent and bound down the knoll. Hello? Is anyone there? A figure comes running forward out of the mist and drops to the ground in front of me, breathless. He's wearing armor displaying the emblem of a human empire. But what would a soldier be doing out here at this hour? I reach down and help him up. Thank you, miss. My name is Jade, and I am Reginald, Private Reginald, Grimoire's 3rd Division. Are you injured? I don't believe so, but I can't say the same for my comrades. Your fellows, are they? We were given the order to retreat, but I was separated from my squad in the mist. Well, we should try to reunite you with your squad. Do you know this area? It's not my home, but I know it well enough not to run into trouble. I can't guarantee that we'll find your squad mates, but we won't get lost. Unfortunately, I dropped my torch as we fled. Do you have a torch? Torch? No. Why? Do you expect your fellows to be carrying torches? Of course. The moon is out. If your eyes have adjusted to the darkness, and I hope that they have by now, you'll see further by the light of the moon than by the light of a torch. Besides, torches are unwieldy things, more likely to blind you than to shine a clear path on a night like tonight. Our squad always has at least 2 active torchbearers. Well then, I don't suspect we'll have much difficulty finding them. I forge into the fog, and Reginald follows several short steps behind me. The fog grows thicker as we wander further into Namar, but I have little difficulty picking out familiar shapes on the landscape. It takes less than a minute for me to spot the dim glow of torches in the distance. Do you see that glimmer of light? Yes. Looks like we found your friends. Let's hope so. I quicken my pace and follow the light. Call out to your friends. They might not take kindly to the sight of a stranger right now. Ho! Who goes there? Sergeant Thomas, it's me. Reginald? Yes, sir. Reginald runs up to meet his squad. Thank the gods you're still alive. What happened? My torch went out and I became lost in the mists. Fortunately, I chanced upon this traveler who's able to guide me to you. Sergeant Thomas turns to me. Thank you for returning my man. To whom do I owe the pleasure? My name is Jade. I was just passing through these parts, and I suggest that you move as well. This is not the night to loiter about. We've abandoned our mission and are on the retreat. Can you lead us out of these mists? Indeed I can. I begin walking and the entire squad of Grimoire soldiers falls into step behind me. Are you familiar with this region? I know it well enough. This isn't my first time here. What could have brought you here more than once? I am a bard by trade. I have, on several occasions, been commissioned by knights and adventurers to accompany on their journeys so that I might tell tales of their conquest. Consequently, I find myself quite well-traveled, even more well-traveled than the so-called adventurers that I often accompany. Nowadays, adventurers commission me for my experience and worldliness as much as my talents in story crafting. I've turned myself something of a good luck charm. Well, we certainly appreciate your assistance. We reach the edge of the mists, and I lead the squad up the knoll where I've pitched my tent. Well, here we are. Do you require any further assistance? Thank you for getting my men out safe. I appreciate your help. I wonder if I might impose upon you once more. What is it you want? I lead a squad, but we are part of a much larger force. An entire company, in fact. Company? That's 100 men? 120. I let out a low whistle. What are 120 men doing out here on a night like this? This foggy mist that covers Navarre is unnatural. The Council of Grimoire believes that there is sinister magic behind it. We were sent to investigate, with the castle being the focus of our attention. My squad became so ensnared in the fog that it seemed futile to press on, and so we made the order to regroup. We made it out unscathed, with your help. I am forced to wonder, perhaps other platoons weren't so fortunate. I'm sorry if this sounds like an unreasonable request. You are entirely within your rights to refuse. I would like to go back in, try to find any other men lost in the fog, with you as our guide. Sergeant Thomas wants me to help him find others who may be lost in the fog. What's in it for me? I apologize if this sounds cold of me. You're asking me to assist with a mission that I have no personal stake in. I've already helped your squad to escape the fog. Neither you or I know what fate awaits us if we choose to dive back into the fog. Why should I take that risk? We're here on orders of the Council of Grimoire. Good friends to have. I cannot speak for the Council, and I can make no guarantees on their behalf. But I can guarantee that I'll do everything in my power to ensure that they're made aware of the role you played in assisting us with our mission. Well then, I'll do everything I can to see that your mission is a success. But I need you to trust my judgment. Can you agree to that? Your judgment in these fields is likely much more sound than my own. First of all, I need for your men to extinguish their torches. That's preposterous. Why do you need us to put out our torches? Those torches of yours won't light the ground more than a few feet in front of you. If you want to see far in the dark of night, do it by the light you've already been given. I point up to the bright full moon. If you'll do as I say and put out those torches, you'll find that your eyes will gradually adjust to the dark, allowing you to make the best use of that moonlight. Those torches are more of a hindrance than a help. Do as she says. Extinguish the torches. The torchbearers begrudgingly put out their torches. Secondly, the way you march is problematic. You march in a single file. That's good if you want to conceal your numbers. If we encounter anything troublesome out there, it's best that you look numerous, intimidating, ready to fight. If you march in ranked formation, all side by side, we'll be better prepared to respond to any threats that come our way. As you wish. Lastly, there are many beasts throughout this land. Sometimes being quick to attack is not the best way to respond. If we do run into some kind of resistance, will you allow me to decide how your squad responds? As I said, I'll have to trust your judgment. You said your fellows were headed in that direction of the castle, correct? Yes, indeed. Well then, let's get to it. I begin marching into the mist, and Sergeant Thomas and his men fall into step behind me. As I glance to my left and right, I find myself pleased that the men have fallen into a proper rank formation. I hear a gravelly moan in the distance. Did you hear that? Sergeant Thomas nods. It sounds like zombies, perhaps half a dozen of them. Have you encountered them before? No, we haven't. We were warned that we might encounter the formerly dead in this field, but we never came face to face with any of them. Well, you're about to. Zombies are mindless beasts, and we would do well to dispatch them now, better than trying to avoid them and risk having them follow us. Are you and your men ready for battle? Ready. Okay, battle for the first time. Opens the battle menu, restart fight, tutorial options. The turn order shows in which order the character's friend or foe will move next. This changes based on which action you choose in your current turn, if there are any buffs or debuffs applied. The enemies, up to 6 apparently, click on any of them to perform offensive actions like casting spells, debuffs. Battle log display, or if you click on an enemy or ally, will display useful information about it. The enemy morale bar influences the success chance, among other things, of the protagonist counts. Also, if the value gets too low, there aren't many enemies left, they might surrender or escape. And our current party. Okay. Careful. More of them. Oh, another fight right off the bat. Okay, and we don't get healing, so he looks pretty Um, hmm, hmm. Do we have items we can use? Okay, we do. Good, good. Well, that was a great deal easier than I expected. Zombies are dangerous in numbers, but individually they pose a little threat. That's why I suggested dispatching them now, before their ranks grow more abundant. We're deep enough in the fog that the knoll we came from is now barely visible in the distance. You can see it, can't you? Indeed, I can. I point to an oak tree, not a stone's throw from where we stand. That tree is the largest landmark we'll encounter for a while on these plains. I turn to the men of Sergeant Thomas's squad. If any of you become lost or separated as we move forward, you can make your way to this tree and then return to the knoll at the edge of the fog. Do you understand? The men nod in agreement and I resume pressing forward. I see the dance of moving torches in the distance. That looks like the rest of your company. That doesn't look like enough men to be the entire company. And look, they're moving away from the castle. They must be on the retreat. Let's find out what they're running from. We run up to meet the retreating soldiers. Ho there, Sergeant Thomas. The retreating soldiers come to a halt. Sergeant Thomas scans the crowd. There are approximately 20 soldiers, enough to constitute a single platoon. Where is your commanding officer? I was serving under Sergeant Coburn. He was killed in action. I am part of the 4th platoon. Our sergeant was also killed. Where's the captain? The young soldier looks down. Also dead. What the hell happened out there? We encountered something. Men started dying. I heard someone yell the order to retreat, and we made our way out with all due haste. Sergeant Thomas looks over the crowd. You 20 men are all that escaped. To my knowledge, sir. Well, let's get the hell out of here. Jade, can you lead the way back? I would say the sooner we get moving, the better. I turn in the direction of the oak tree, and as I turn, I feel pinpricks on my skin. Do you feel that? So it's not just me. There's something malevolent coming. A figure appears in the mist. It advances on us quickly, but it doesn't have the appearance of running man. It seems to be floating toward us. Steel yourselves. If you still have your weapons, brandish them. Get ready to stand your ground. Do as she says. I hear the sound of blades being drawn and look toward the figure in the mist. I furrow my brow in hardened resolve. Hello there, interlopers. The figure emerges from the mist. His fangs are bared. A vampire. Not a common sight, but not unheard of for the lands around the castle of Namar. The vampire turns his head from left to right, scanning the group of soldiers before settling his eyes on me. He looks me in the eye and snarls, flashing his fangs. I return his snarl with a growl of my own. I flare my nostrils and I see the vampire's eyes widen for a moment before he regains his composure. Unlike you, I promise I won't bite. Well, maybe. I might be lying. I gesture to the group of men behind me. Perhaps I need to point out the obvious. I have 30 men at my side, and there's only one of you. If you want a fight, we'll give you a fight. But for your sake, I think you had best be on your way. 30. I think I can manage that. The vampire kneels down and places a palm on the ground. A glow radiates from his hand, and the ground around him begins to shake. The ground around him breaks, and I see a ghastly hand poke its way through the soil. Then another hand beside it. Another. The men behind me gasp as ghouls emerge from the ground. Now, if I recall correctly, you were just offering me a fight. I would like to take you up on that. Boss fight, young vampire. The vampire is a boss fight, which is usually much tougher than normal battles. In some boss fights, you need to use your social talent to win the battle. Try using the talent associated to your profession to win this fight. Remember that you must target the boss enemy to win the battle. I killed all of your friends back at the castle. Scores of them slain in seconds. Now I'm going to kill you. With my army of fools, 30 men is nothing to me. I doubt that very much. You don't have the look of a vampire who's just killed scores of men. If killing 30 men is really nothing to you, why haven't you done it yet? Come on, vampire. If you're really such a deadly savage, then let's see some death. I take a step toward the vampire, and he takes a step back. Come on, vampire. I'm beginning to think that you're all bark and no bite. You think you have what it takes to fight me? Prove it. Come at me. I turn my palms upward and present them to the vampire. Look, I'm empty-handed. Shouldn't I be an easy kill? If you think so, come and take it. The vampire shrieks and lunges toward me, and in an instant the ghouls around him collapse to the ground. I step backward, ducking behind the men standing behind me in rank formation. The vampire looks behind him at the inanimate cadavers that were once his army, and I see a look of terror appear on his face. Get him. The men begin charging forward, but the vampire turns his back on us and gallops into the night, faster than any men could hope to pursue. I look down at the ground where 30 ghouls now sit, completely inanimate. I kick one of the ghouls, and its body disintegrates as I touch it. What are they? Lifeless husks. They were only given motion by the power of his magic. I provoked him, and in a moment of anger he lost control of his minions. They're mere puppets, and without their master controlling the strings, they're powerless. You had me worried for a moment there. I was quaking in my boots too. I took a gamble, and thankfully it paid off. Let's get out of here. We don't know what else might be lurking about. Talent victory. Okie dokie. Cool. I lead Sergeant Thomas and his men through the mists back to where my encampment sits at the edge of the field. There's someone standing at the top of the knoll where my tent rests. Who goes there? A woman steps out. My name is Karen. I'm an Amazon from the west. What brings you here? I saw a group of human men fleeing near the gates of the castle of Namar. It looked like they encountered something dire out there. I came to look for survivors. Karen looks behind me, appraising the group of soldiers. I take it that these are all that remain of the group I saw. How is it that you managed to see everything that happened in Namar? Well, I didn't see everything. The fog was thick, too thick for me to fly in and land, so I came out here. Fly. Land. I came here by griffin. But griffins are forbidden to fly in the lands over the human empire. Relax, soldier. Our treaty with the human empire allows the Council of Grimoire to approve the use of griffins for non-military ventures. I was on my way to Grimoire on a diplomatic mission when I saw your men under attack. You'll have to answer to the Council for this. I intend to do exactly that. I was headed in precisely their direction, and the events I observed will no doubt be of interest to them as well. You and your men will be headed back to Grimoire as well, I trust. Yes, our mission is over. We've nothing left to do but report back to the Council. Dwarf, you should head back to Grimoire with these men. I believe the Council will want to hear your report of the events as well. I'll fly ahead to report to the Council. You should make your own way there with all due haste. Hold up. What authority do you have to report directly to the Council? I already told you, I'm Karen, the Queen of the Amazons. Karen turns her back on us and walks back. I follow her with my eyes and now spy her griffin, sitting on the other side of the knoll behind my tent. Once I get to Grimoire, I'll let them know to anticipate your arrival. Karen hops onto her griffin, and the beast leaps into the air, quickly vanishing into the night. She's right, you know. You should come back to Grimoire with us. You've done me and my men a great service. I'll do everything I can to see that you're recognized for your charity. Okie dokie. The beginning. After we arrive in Grimoire, Sergeant Thomas leads me to the council chambers. I'm left to wait outside, and several minutes later a man emerges from the chamber. You're Jade, is that right? Yes, indeed, I certainly am. Sergeant Thomas has told us what you did. We would like to inquire on a few points. I follow the man into the council chamber. The chamber is a circular room. There are seats all around its perimeter, filled with people who I can only presume are elder council members. The room is too dimly lit for me to make out any faces. The council has a few questions for you, not the least of which is this. How is it that you happened to be camping on the fields around Namar last night? I make coin as a bard, but truthfully my actual occupation can be described as somewhat similar to a tour guide. Knights and would-be heroes who crave recognition will frequently commission me to accompany them on their journeys, so that I can spin and recite tales of their conquest. This has turned me into something of a serial adventurer, and consequently, one of the greatest services I provide is not my talent for music and verse, but my experience and the acumen that comes with it. The demands of my unique profession drive me to familiarize myself with more exciting elements of Aravorn's landscape, particularly those which are close to human settlements. The castle of Namar and the lands that surround it fit that criteria exactly. So, you're familiar with the terrain and territory around Namar. That I am. Our understanding is that you were also successful in repelling an assault by a vampire. In a manner of speaking, yes. I didn't do it by force. The vampire we encountered looked young and inexperienced. He had a certain timidity about him that manifested itself as false bravado. He summoned a large number of ghouls, a very impressive show, but it was just that, a show. A conjured ghoul such as the ones he summoned must be controlled individually. You might call them puppets. They are under his complete control, but they're as powerless unless he is pulling the strings. And pulling the strings of 30 different ghouls would prove an impossible task for an inexperienced vampire. A truly skilled vampire would need to summon 30 minions. He would be able to get the job done with far fewer. A dozen ghouls would have been more than a match for your men. No offense intended. It seems you have a certain talent for outsmarting vampires. What should I tell him? I got lucky. I could say that I outsmarted the vampire, but the truth is, in that case, I got lucky. I had the good fortune to encounter a vampire who was the right mix of anxious and overconfident. His inexperience led him to overextend and reveal his hand in doing so. All I did was keep him honest. A man sitting near the edge of the room stands in his chair. A Polymisho. You wish to speak? A Polymisho. I'd like to request the council's permission to speak with Jade privately. There are certain questions I would like to ask her that I believe would be poorly suited to a wider forum. You have permission to speak to the subject privately, but you do not have the authority to make promises on the council's behalf. Jade, you must realize that in questioning you, a Polymisho does not represent the interest of the council. Understood? Yes, I understand. A Polymisho escorts me from the council chamber to a small room within the complex. I would like to ask you some questions. These are questions with no right or wrong answer. I will think no less or more of you based on your responses. I simply wish to discover what kind of person you are. All I ask is that you be completely honest. What do you believe makes someone a great leader? Oh, okay, so this is probably going to have something to do with how things go. Okay. Great leader. Dedication? Well, it depends on what we're dedicated to. Dedication could be a two-edged sword. Cooperate. I'll go with cooperation. Which is more important? Getting the result that produces the most benefit, getting with the result that produces least harm. If working cooperatively with others to accomplish a shared goal, which is more important. Making sure that everyone does their part to ensure the success of the mission. Making sure that everyone is recognized for their contributions. You are in a familiar place. You see a stranger looking lost and confused. What is your first response? Suppose you are tending to someone who is sick. Which is more important to their recovery? medicine in a warm bed, or compassion and a good side. Compassion. Good. I have no more questions. Okay. If I had to guess, I would say that patience and dependability are your greatest attributes. You seem like the type who is at her best when supporting other individuals. A docile nature may strike others as a sign of weakness, but your subtle and elegant manner may ultimately rule the day, even if others don't see it at first. And I unlocked a talent. Support talent. Negotiate permanent ceasefire, causing the engagement to end. Strong versus supportive, weak versus dominant. Let us rejoin the council. A Polymisho leads me back to the council chambers. When we enter, I see Karen at the center of the chamber, addressing the group. I stand with a Polymisho by the entrance and observe. What happened in Namar was tragic. More than half an entire company died at the hands of those devilish beasts. It was a massacre. And that's all the more reason to redouble your efforts. That's insanity. Scores of men are lying dead, and your response is to send more men out. We can't throw more lives away. We didn't send a company of men out there to fight a war. They were there to gather information. The mist surrounding Namar expand with each passing day. If something is not done about this, the mist will envelop Grimoire by the end of the year. Other lands, including the domain of my own people, will be soon to follow. We have neither the military nor the political capital for total war, and that's what another battle at the gates of the castle will lead to. The men who died were not there to start a war. They were sent to gather intelligence. And what good is intelligence if you're not prepared to do anything with it? The mission was a failure. We are no closer to discovering what is behind those creepy mists. What happened last night was an anomaly. Your mission could not have been more poorly timed. You picked the night of a full... Oh, did they fight a werewolf? The night of a full moon is when visibility is at its best. Oh, okay. The night of a full moon is when the vampires are at their strongest and most numerous. That's the first time I've ever heard of a vampire being stronger on a specific moon cycle, but okay. Other than Blood Moon. Blood Moon is obviously, vampires, but the night of a full moon is when the gates of the castle open and the vampires leave to feed. How is it that you come to know this? As I said before, the growing mist around Namar are a growing concern for the Amazons as well. We have been flying surveillance missions over those fields for many moons. All, of course, to further the shared interest of both the human empire and the Amazon's domain. Why did you not relay this information to the council? My people have reported everything we know to the council through proper diplomatic channels. If that information failed to reach you, you have only your own bureaucratic inefficiency and political idiocy to blame. People around the council began to murmur. Stay your tongue, woman. You may be a queen in the Amazon Citadel, but you stand before the governing body of the human empire. I speak only the truth. Ignore it at your own peril. You said your piece. We require time for eternal deliberation. All non-council members, please exit to the waiting chamber. We'll report back once we've reached a decision. Karen and I leave the council chamber. So, Dwarf, I don't believe I ever caught your name. I'm Jade. How did you get mixed up in all this mess? I presume you have no ties to the human empire. I happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or the right place and the right time, depending on how you look at it. What part of this would you consider good fortune? Well, I was able to help the few men that escaped the incident at Namar. That's right. You were escorting them out. How's that worked out for you since? Well, the Council of Grimoire considers me a person of interest. I'm not sure that's a good thing, but I don't see how it could be a bad thing. These council elders, they know nothing. Actually, I take that back. They do have some awareness of what's going on, and that makes their stupidity all the more infuriating. How do you mean? There's foul magic afoot at the castle of Namar. It's shrouded in mist, and horrors befall anything or anyone caught in it. The mists that cover those plains grow with each passing day. It spreads the defilement of death across lands that were once home to the living, but it also seems to imbue the dead with an uncanny sort of undeath, unlike any we've seen before. Walking corpses and shambling skeletons already seem pretty uncanny to me. We've long thought that these sorts of reanimated undead beasts were nothing but flesh and bone possessed by the instinct to kill. Early scouts described them as seeming to act of their own individual volition. They seemed hesitant. There are some spirits that seem to still possess something of a soul, but lesser undead like zombies are merely animated flesh. They don't flinch. They don't feel fear or any other emotion, and yet we've heard rumors that seem to contradict this. Only rumors. Have they been confirmed? Unfortunately, it's hard to confirm rumors of this sort. Most of these reports came from people who were understandably traumatized by the experience. That kind of reaction is understandable, but can also lead to false reporting. But even if the reports of undead acting on their own will are false, we are still left with an undead menace and Namar's creeping corrosion. Something has to be done. The council knew this, and so they did something. They sent a company of soldiers to investigate, and most of these men met with a grisly demise. That's terrible, but it should be evidence that now more than ever, it's time to act. It's time to strike decisively, and yet still they tarry, talking of political feasibility. I'm prepared to lend them the support of my own fighters, but only the human empire has the resources needed to fight this battle. A Poli Misho emerges from the council chamber. The council has reached a collective decision about what their action will be on this matter. What is that? The council took special interest in your remarks regarding what you've observed of the castle gates during the full moon. If we're to mount an invasion, the council believes it would be best to do it at this time. That's absurd. Fight the vampires at their strongest. This isn't a full-on assault. The council believes it would be best for a few individuals to sneak in and gather what information they can. The belief is that we can't effectively wage a war when we have no clear idea of what it is we're fighting. So they are assembling a task force. No, they're authorizing you to assemble one. New quest. Strike team. Assemble a task force to sneak into the castle of Namar on the next full moon. The council was foisting this task upon me. Assembling a task force in the span of a single lunar cycle is no small task, and while I have vested interest in this matter, I also have my own domain to run. I am a queen, if the council hasn't forgotten, and internal affairs consume the bulk of my time. Jade, the council has taken special interest in you. Specifically, they are impressed with your knowledge of the land surrounding Namar, and your heroic efforts to rescue the survivors of a catastrophe by the castle. It's our understanding that you are the one who accompanies adventurers, someone who sells her services as a traveling guide of sorts. That's correct. The council would like to hire you to oversee the creation of a group that will infiltrate the castle during the next full moon. With your experience as an adventurer, I believe you would be well suited to the task. So I would be undertaking a stealth mission. We don't know what kind of resistance you'll face. You're better equipped than any of us to answer that question. I'll need a small team of dedicated fighters. The council doesn't believe it's politically feasible to risk the lives of more human soldiers when so many have already been slain. Recruiting the individuals who will join you is part of the task that's been presented to you. This isn't what is needed to deal with the crisis at Namar. Not even close. Karen, I'm aware of your disdain for the council, and if I am being completely honest, I have little fondness for their ways. Being a member of the council myself, I am fully aware of the extent to which politics has mired their ability to function as a ruling body. However, it's for this reason precisely that I encourage you to look favorably on this chosen course of action. Jade, if you choose to accept this mission, you will have almost complete autonomy. The Council will not need to approve your actions. You can fill your team with absolutely the best soldiers, rather than being bogged down with officers who are seeking only to further their own political career. Imagine if personal or institutional schisms played no role in the formation of your team. Elf, Dwarf, Amazon. Imagine if you could have a team of them, all working in a tightly knit unit to achieve a common goal. The Council is deliberately avoiding involvement. Karen, I realize it's easy to look at this as a bad thing, but I see it as more of a blessing than a curse. Jade, I do not mean to make your decision for you. Ultimately, the choice is yours. But I believe that you are the best chance that we have of overcoming the challenge that is the sinister magic that lives within the castle of Namar. You're asking me to assemble a team of fighters starting with nothing. Yes, you put it bluntly, but I can't think of any other way to say it. I suspect Karen would be willing to advise you in your recruitment efforts. You can offer no other resources. Alas, with the past year's wars, the Council can offer little financial help. Still, the Council is prepared to offer a modest budget of 50 gold coins each day until the next full moon, by which point you should have assembled your task force. 50 coins is not much. I'm afraid it will have to do for the time being. Perhaps, if you impress the Council, they may be willing to offer more generous support in the future. In the meantime, that gold will have to suffice to cover your expenses. Of course, any treasures or riches which you happen to discover in the course of your recruitment or exploration missions would be yours to keep. It is a common adage that fate has a way of rewarding intrepid explorers. Or, to be more accurate, the places that most people consider too dangerous to explore tend to have more valuables yet undiscovered. Success would also give you quite the reputation. I'm sure someone as shrewd as you could figure out a way to parlay that reputation into some sort of wealth. Or perhaps you see fame as its own reward. What do you think, Jade? I guess I accept. I mean, can I even decline? Can I even decline? I'm in practice of offering my services to those who are willing to pay. If the paying party happens to be the Council of Grimoire, and the service happens to be mounting an assault on the Castle of Namar, then so be it. I accept your proposal. I gained the rank of envoy. Okay. Your answer pleases me, Jade. As I said, you have a large degree of autonomy in how to approach the mission. The particulars of how you will assemble your team are left for you to decide. However, if you find yourself stuck or in need of advice, return here to Grimoire, and I'll do my best to advise you on the best possible course of action. Or, at the very least, I can provide hints and suggestions on how to proceed. Jade, since our goals are coincident, and you're assembling a team of fighters, I would be remiss if I neglected to offer you assistance. I have obligation in the domain of the Amazons that prevent me from accompanying you on your journey, but I can pick out one of my warriors to assist you in your mission. Meet Queen Karen at the Amazon Citadel as soon as possible. Please come to the Citadel when you have the opportunity, and we can discuss this matter at greater length. The game, for plot reasons, lasts a limited amount of turns days. However, there will be plenty of opportunities to train, grind, and have freedom exploring the world without the need of hurrying because of a deadline. Okie dokie, so I guess that's, okay, okay, okay. Okay, and that's the question to see, yeah, party management, okay. That's relationships, cool. The path to the Amazon domain is treacherous and narrow. The Amazons know how to make a territory naturally hostile to invaders. I'll certainly give them that. Oh, hey, here we are. Here's the thingy. Padded armor, light armor. Okay. So that's what I've already got on. 4 defense at the cost of 2 speed. I've got 2 padded armor. Interesting. Scroll of Major Healing. Restores 90 of target's health, usable only by the mage class. Minor Restoration resurrects character. Vitality restores 5 stamina spell points. And then potions, okay. Cool. Craggy rock makes it easy to follow the narrow path without slipping, but I find myself constantly forced to adjust my balance along its uneven surface. In the distance, I can see the fortress. With its high walls and imposing towers, it appears intimidating, or at least as intimidating as a distant structure can. At least I know I found the right place. There's no way that the structure can be anything other than the Amazon Citadel. Stop right there, dwarf. A voice from above catches me off guard. I look up and spot an Amazon woman, perched upon a rock spire. Her blade is pointed toward me. What business do you have here? What's your name, dwarf? I'm Jade. You're here to see the Queen. Yes, I was about to say that. The Queen has been expecting you. The woman leaps down from the spire, landing next to me. If she had wanted to land with her blade pointed toward my chest, there's precious little I could have done to stop her. Best not to keep the Queen waiting. Follow me. Do you have a name? Not that you need to know it. My name is Lena. Lena keeps her back turned toward me. I find myself quickening my pace to keep up with her. I hear the sound of shifting rocks above me. Look up to see another rock spire with an Amazon woman perched above me. It appears that Lena was only the first of many. Maybe she wasn't the first. Who knows how many other women saw me from above while I was completely unaware? Are they all sentries? The women on the rocks watching from above? They're all sentries. They rotate. It's an Amazon warrior's duty to keep vigilant watch over her domain. Every warrior in training serves time on watch duty. So you're a warrior in training? No, I'm a trainer. Many of the women that you see above were once students under me. None of them are currently your students. No. Since I was promoted to captain of the guard, I've had more pressing matters to attend to. So you're no longer a teacher then? I still teach. I only have one student. The Queen's daughter. The Queen has a daughter? Of course she does. A monarchy is only as strong as its bloodline. As a young princess's teacher, it is my responsibility to help ensure the strength and integrity of that bloodline. I hope my inquisitiveness isn't bothering you. I have no particular fondness for conversation. I would have to have an incredibly thin skin for something as simple as a question to bother me. We're still quite a ways from the Citadel. If you'd like to fill the silence with questioning, then go right ahead. Actually, there's something I find curious that I wanted to ask you. Why do you refer to humans as humans? Aren't you Amazons human beings too? We're not the only one. Have you ever met a nomad? To answer your question, I guess it all started when the human empire formed years ago. Many of us started to call you just humans and it became widespread. I see. What's the Queen like? You've met Karen yourself, haven't you?
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
Yes, I have. I didn't have time to gather much beyond the fact that she seems to hold a great deal of disdain for the elders of the Human Council. She has plenty of company in that regard. Many people harbor dislike for the Council of Grimoire, the Amazons perhaps most of all. Amazons dislike humans. Did I say anything about Amazons disliking humans? I hold no special affection for them. Neither do I harbor hatred. Individually, I have no bone to pick them. Their leadership, on the other hand, well, the foibles of the Empire are hardly uniquely human. Running an empire that size is a difficult task. I suspect that if the elves or dwarves attempted such a task, their leadership would draw the same degree of hatred. What about the Amazons? Do you think you could run an empire spanning as wide as the one the humans now control? As if we would ever aspire to such a thing. I'm not sure that I follow. An Amazon does not measure the worth of something in its size or quantity, in its strength, quality. Amazons seek to attain perfection, in, out of combat. How could one ever achieve perfection while spreading across the land like a plague? The Amazon do not seek to grow their borders. We prize order too much to chase dreams of conquest. What's it like teaching the princess? Like teaching any other student, but with higher stakes. Higher stakes? How do you mean? Not every Amazon trainee passes muster. Some fail to rise to the challenge and take their own life. Trainees take their lives when they fail to pass muster? That sounds honorable. I suppose that's one way to achieve an honorable death. Certain choices will increase or decrease other party members' relationship with you. With all characters, you can build up a solid friendship. With some of them, you can even end up in a romantic relationship. To unlock the friendship romance is enough to have the bar half full. If you fill it up completely, you'll unlock a bonus pin-up image. Ooh. Yes, it is. There is no death more honorable for an Amazon than death by the blade, even if that blade happens to be their own. However, for a princess, the consequences are much more dire. A princess holds in her hands not only her own honor, but the honor of her family. If a princess chooses death by her own blade before completing training, the crown cannot simply be passed down to a sibling. Her failure to pass muster calls into question the entire bloodline. I thought that you said suicide was an honorable way to die. Ritual suicide is a warrior's death. A queen is called to be more than just a warrior. She is a leader. It is not enough for her to be strong. She must also be great. Sounds like a weighty responsibility. The princess understands the burden she shoulders. She does not flinch in the face of challenge. I meant that must be a big responsibility for you. If a princess fails to pass muster, it must reflect poorly on her trainer. I am the captain of the royal guard. If I'm to share in the prestige of the matriarchy, I must also be willing to accept the responsibility that comes with it. Teaching the princess is but one of many duties that I see to. Lena, tell me about yourself. So, Lena, captain of the royal guard, how did you attain that title? I was deemed the best woman for the job. Sounds meritocratic. How else would you do it? Appoint someone who's not the best person for the position. Well, I think that's always what we would like to do. Have the person who's best for the job, I mean. Sometimes the question of who is the best isn't always an easy one to answer. We have combat trials that do a fine job of answering that question for us. Of course, combat trials are anything but easy. Combat trials only test your combat readiness. What about leadership qualities? How do you pick the best leader? Those strongest in combat are strongest in all challenges they face. That is the way of the Amazon. How do you justify that notion? Somebody surviving a combat trial only tells you how good someone is at killing. You're wrong. You have a pretty face. I know that outside of the Amazon domain, girls with pretty faces aren't always held the highest standard of reasoning. I'll explain it to you. Maybe when you go to sleep tonight, you can do so feeling a bit smarter than when you woke up. Have you ever seen a grand musical ensemble? They're quite popular among dwarves, humans of the upper echelons. I've seen musical ensembles many times. I've seen a grand ensemble on only one occasion. You are familiar with the concept, yes. A single musical composer conceives in his mind a musical symphony. Through some form of notion, he creates a score which is distributed to a large number of musicians, who then rehearse the piece, perform it in tandem under his guidance. Yes, of course. Now, you said that you saw a live performance. Which of those performing was the most skilled of the musicians? The composer, I'm guessing? I think it would have to be the composer who conducted the musicians. Now, why would you say that? Many people performed, many of them wielding various instruments, yet you decided that the man who held no instrument was the most skilled musician among them. How is that? In order to direct the wind players on flute and piccolo, the composer must have a full understanding of the capability of those instruments. The same is true of every other instrument on stage. The composer must not know just one instrument, but all of them. What do you suppose might happen if the composer would take up one of the instruments in the symphony? Do you imagine that his playing would be worse than a specialized musician? Actually, he would probably be better. On a broad level, the composer understands how each instrument's part harmonizes with all the rest, understands the whole, and you can better refine each individual part. To be the world's greatest ensemble flute player requires the mind of a composer. To be the world's greatest warrior requires the mind of a leader. Yes. Being a great warrior is more than knowing how best to swing a sword. Being a great warrior requires practice, dedication, discipline. A great warrior can look a foe in the eyes, understand their disposition, confidence, level of competence. A true warrior has presence, can strike fear into the hearts of her foes with a roar, lull them into a false sense of security by faking a vulnerability. A great warrior knows when to strike, when to feint, when to advance, retreat, act, to be reactive. A great warrior possesses not only deftness of hand and foot, but also charisma, wisdom, and strength of will. Those sound like exactly the attributes of a great leader. You learn quickly, Jade. Perhaps I was wrong to dismiss you as nothing more than just a pretty face. Is that your attempt at flattery? I meant it neither as applause or slight. You merely surprised me. Well, I never expected an Amazon warrior to lecture me on the theory of symphonic musical performance. I wonder, Lena, what kind of warrior are you exactly? Lena smirks. You don't get to be captain of the Queen's Royal Guard without being in some way exceptional. My talents extend beyond my prowess in combat, and I'm hardly the only one of my kind to be skilled in multiple disciplines. Keep your eyes open, and you might just find that we Amazons are full of surprises. We've arrived. Let's go meet the Queen now. Jade, you took your time getting here. And we leveled up. We leveled up by completing the quest. Okay. We could do auto assign, but I'm not sure I want to do that. Click on any attribute to read more information about each of them. Okay. Will increases your character's ability to use special attacks or spells. Each point spent will increase SP by 1. Constitution increases your character's durability in battles. Each point will increase health by 5. Power increases damage in battle, both physical and magical. Each point spent will increase attack. Skill is techniques, increase defense value. Character's defense abilities, damage received is calculated using this value. Okay. Agility is speed. What does speed do? Influences combat initiative. Okay. And then accuracy is always important, of course. That's the crit hit. Okay. Speed. Okay. So we've already got 10 in skill somehow. That's probably our dwarf thing going on, probably. So I think evenly between Constitution, Power, and Skill would be good. Trying to evenly level those three up. We only have 1 point, so just curiosity, what would it auto assign? Accuracy? I don't know about that. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Assist Novice increases friendly target's attack by up to 3 for up to 3 turns. Heals a single target by 30% of total health and removes all negative conditions. Hits single target for 50 normal damage and decrease target's SP by 10%. Increases character's maximum hit points by 10% passive skill. So that's the passive. I do love passives. Increases character's maximum SP. My initial is, I'm thinking, Novice. I'm thinking Toughness. That sounds good. That should be passive, right? I mean, Toughness Journeyman increases character's maximum hit points by 15%. Okay, so what's the difference here? Faster speed. It moves faster, okay. Even faster, so the only thing leveling it up does is the speed. Okay. 40% of health. Okay, so it increases how much it heals, 40 or 50% of health. So I don't need to use anything I don't need anything actually available, like, I don't need to, it doesn't consume items to do that. Increases attack more. Doesn't increase how long it lasts though, so that's kind of annoying. That's just more SP, okay. I see. I think I'm gonna go with tonic and see if, yeah, that sounds good. Well, I did have to walk. I suppose I do have you at a disadvantage, being that you don't have wings. Well, you don't have wings either, at least not that I can see. You have to borrow them. Karen raises her hand to her mouth and stifles a laugh. You know, Jade, I'm glad that you've managed to catch me in a better mood than the last time we met. I apologize for any prior rudeness. Being forced to share company with humans always puts fatness in my temper. If your skills as an errand runner are as good as your sense of humor, I believe that you and I will get along famously. Am I just an errand runner? You're an emissary of the Council of Grimoire. Your job is to ingratiate yourself to various people who can assist in furthering the interest of the human empire. That involves doing a lot of favors for people. So yes, I would say you're an errand runner. Of course, I'll do what I can to support you. Our goals are shared after all, though the humans are in a great deal more immediate peril than the denizens of my domain. To that end, I would like to have one of my best accompany you. You've had a chance to meet Lena, I hope. She escorted me here, per your instructions, I presume. We exchanged a few words en route. Well, you're assembling a task force, and that means you need fighters. Lena is one of the best. My queen, I serve at your pleasure. However, don't misunderstand, Lena. I don't mean for you to accompany Jade on her diplomatic exploits. Those are tasks for her and her alone. You're still captain of the guard. You have responsibilities here in the Citadel. However, when the time comes, Jade will need the company of fighters to invade Namar under the cover of darkness. At that time, you will be available to assist her. So, until that time, I'm to serve in my capacity as captain of the guard. Yes, your normal duties will be uninterrupted. That being said, I do hope that you'll find time to spend with Jade before your big mission. If you're to properly assist each other in combat, you'll need to learn to trust each other. Lena, make yourself available to Jade. Of course, this is solely at Jade's discretion. We've got a new party member, Lena. Howdy, 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 friend. Okay, so we get a chance to automatically start leveling her up. So does she have different skills than I do? Yeah, she has different skills than I do. Okay. Okay, so she's automatically got 7 on, can I just go ahead and lower that? Because that's a weird number. I don't like that. So I'm going to go ahead and start upping her skill. Actually, no, because skill is one of the ones we want to level up anyways, so it's probably going to bot anyways, okay. So she's got high agility and accuracy already. So I'm just going to put these points in constitution and power. That sounds good. So what are your skills? Focus target. Mark an enemy as focus target for 3 turns. All subsequent attacks by this character on target will do 25% more damage, 50%, and it does last longer. It's 4 turns instead of 3. 5 turns and 75%. Okay. She already knows knockdown. Deals normal damage and knocks your opponents down, inflicting slow condition for 3 turns. 4 turns and 125, 150 and 5. Okay. Strikes 3 targets for half damage, reducing defense by 1 point. For 75, reducing for 2, or just a normal attack, reducing defense by 3. Decrease target speed, but target's evasion of all non-magical attacks is increased. Rally incites all the allies, giving an attack bonus for 3 turns. Reduces by 1 turn any negative condition. What does it automatically pick? You cannot undo this choice. Nah. I think I'll go with Rally. That learns good. That sounds good. I agree. We should find some time for combat training. Train together, yes. That is certainly time well spent. But please, Jade, I hope you'll take the time to get to personally know Lena. Sometimes getting to know someone is as personal as a person can be the fastest way to forge a bond of trust. And having that bond of trust can be critical when locked in battle. Lena, what is your armor looking like? You've got padded armor as well. So this padded armor is, we don't need to worry about that. You've got a sword. Cool. Okay, so you're good. You'll be recruiting many allies. Learn to trust them, not only as combatants, but as people. You can come to the Citadel anytime you wish to speak to Lena. I'll be certain that she has time for you. I'll also be available. If you need any suggestions or tips on where to locate potential allies, I can offer you some potential leads. I may have to take you up on that offer at some point. Congratulations, you just recruited your first party member. Until the first full moon, Lena will be available in the arena training battles or in the shops. You will still need to do the other recruitment missions on your own. Okie dokie. What you got here? Welcome to the vendor screen. You can buy and sell items here. The item background color has the following meaning. Red, a character cannot equip, and green, a character can and is better than the one currently equipped. Okie dokie. So what have we got here? Antidote potion. Reduces poison, disease, paralyzed, bleeding effects. So it's just a bit more than just an antidote, but okay. Poison potion. Throwable potion that explodes, causing poison condition. Okay. Major healing bomb. So these are consumables, I guess. Okay. And then the X right there means we don't have enough money for it. I see. Ooh, that is expensive. 1,000. Okay. So We don't need the padded armor, right? Because both of us already have padded armor on. Kind of curious if we switch here, if it turns into purple. Okay, I see how to do that. I see. Okay, and then we can sell it for 50, since we both have, and the vendor has a specific limited amount of gold, so she can only buy so much. Okay. Oh, you even have a short bow as a ranged or something, I guess. Okay. Potion of minor vitality. Thinking of maybe selling those. Don't want to sell that. That's mage class scar, so I'm assuming if we get party member that is a mage class scar, then that can be used, but okay. Let's see. I see. The only potential problem with being a one-handed versus two-handed, probably we can't equip a shield, but normally I'm all for two-handed. Anyways. I really like axes too. So that's... okay. So yeah, this does more damage and crit hit, but we lose the speed. Okay. This does pretty much everything better. I'm kind of tempted for the spear, honestly. Although the axe has the most damage. That's 3. And it's still one-handed in case we want to do a sword. A shield. Choose against how many opponents you want to train. The opponents type are random each fight. You have a limited amount of fights you can do each game day. In those battles, the social talents are disabled and enemies will never flee from battle. How long can you resist? You may fight maximum of 4 medium, 3 hard opponents at once. The opponents type are random each fight. Hello, Jade. How may I be of assistance? I'm a bit lost on what I should be doing next. Do you have any advice for me? Keeping your team trained and well equipped is essential for your mission. Grimoire, Horus, and the Citadel have an arena. You can participate in non-lethal fights to test your team against skilled warriors and make experience. You can also browse the shops in each town if you need to equip yourself and your team. One last word of advice. Focus on building a good team. I'm sure Karen will be able to provide you some leads. Thanks a Poli, Micho. Must go now. May the gods watch over me. So I can't go to anywhere that I haven't already been, I guess. Hmm. So, okay, what do I do now? I just have to wait, I guess, because I mean, there's nothing else I can do. All Polymisho says is, but he doesn't actually say how to get to where was the auto skip option. How do I auto skip? Oh, okay, we figured it out somehow. Because there should be a way to auto skip stuff we've already seen. Okay, I think it's control. Okay. I don't think there's anything else we can do today, so I guess we'll go ahead and end it. And we got more money. Okay. I'm assuming the shops will be different. I don't know if there's a reason why we should make sure I have a short bow. Or a bow, because it seems like that's just an alternate version of the weapon. That could be 40 that we could have towards getting better stuff. So it could come back to bite me, but that's okay. Spear doesn't do as much damage. It seems like the items also maybe change. Unless we just can only buy so many axes, but I don't know if the shops change their inventory or not. The Elysium seems pretty good. It does the same amount of damage as our axe, but we get more health, defense, speed, and crit hit. But that costs 980, so the Spear of the Great Mother is even better, and it's less money. It does 5 damage. Those are bows. Staff doesn't even have, that's probably a magic thing though. Again, we've got the padded armor already. Yeah, okay. It could be good to get another necklace for Lena. Up her defense and crit hit some. There we go. And according to this, none of the other accessories are even better than that. This one gives some parry, I guess, at the cost of 1. The ring could be good, I guess, but maybe we should focus on having that for defense. According to this is better. Well, it's just positive stats all around, so yeah, the necklace would be better, but it's 573. Really, this one would be better too, wouldn't it? Because it's just positive stats. 2 defense, 2 crit hit, that would give more crit hit, but we don't have the money anyway, so. Okay, training in the arena. Let's try 3 again, that seems to be a good choice. Hello, Jade. What business brings you here today? I'm in search of new allies. You said you have leads. Indeed, I do. What kind of ally are you looking for exactly? I'm looking for someone tenacious and steadfast. I'm looking for someone tenacious and steadfast. Tenacious and steadfast. I do believe you just described a dwarf. Any particular dwarf you had in mind? Unfortunately not. My suggestion would be that you head to Hammerhands and ask around. See what you can dig up. Someone with your natural charisma will get far more information from direct inquiry than I could hope to discover from the various reports that make their way to me. Besides, you're a dwarf. You should already know more about this than me. That may be the case, but I would still appreciate your perspective. Where exactly in Hammerhands ought I begin looking? Do you have connections with any noble house I might make contact with? The best connections that you'll find in Hammerhands are out on the street. Don't trust a noble to tell you what the common men already know. Go to where the workers loosen their tongues. A pub, then. Sitting in pubs and listening for rumors isn't normally the kind of fact-finding I would encourage, but when it comes to the Dwarven lands, point taken, I'll head off to Hammerhands and see what I can find out. Keep an open ear, make friends. Help can sometimes come from where you least expect it. Are you speaking from experience? Maybe I'll be ready to answer that question someday. Anyway, you've got business to do. Indeed, I guess I have some legwork to do. Hammerhands. If I'm to go rumor chasing, a pub seems a good place as any to start. I spot a trio of burly-looking dwarves huddled around something. What are you looking at? I can smell the ale on his breath. Evidently, these dwarves have just come from the pub themselves. I was just wondering what you were all looking at. What is it there that's caught your interest, boys? Why the hell do you care? I don't care particularly. I was just curious. Well, maybe you should mind your own damn business. Help! I hear the cry of a woman's voice. Shut up, you dumb bitch. I hear the sound of a slap followed by a slight whimper. I don't think that you want to mix yourself up in this business. Just turn around and walk away. Sounds like there's someone getting harassed, or worse. Get your hands off her. Get your damn hands off her. If you feel that strongly about it, why don't you come and make us? I lunge at the nearest dwarf, driving my fist into his face. He stumbles 2 steps back and topples onto the ground. I turn my attention to the other 2 dwarfs. There's the girl I heard earlier. One of the dwarves is restraining her from behind while the other turns toward me. I lunge forward and knock him off balance, then give him to the chest. He hits the ground with a thud, and I give him a kick to the ribs for good measure. The last remaining dwarf lets go of the woman and reaches down to pick a rock off the ground. None of that. I deliver a spinning kick, knocking the rock out of his hands. He looks up at me in panic, and I falls to the ground cowering. Are you okay, miss? I think I'm okay. Do you have a name for me to thank you by? I'm Jade. I owe you a debt of gratitude, Jade. My name is Desira. What were these men bothering you about? This brooch of mine. It was my mother's. One of them spied it and claimed that I had stolen it. Well, I think that. Watch out. I turn my head just in time to see the punch coming at me. I feel the impact hit my jaw, and suddenly the world begins to spin around me. I stumble forward several steps and collapse onto the ground. Arrogant fool. Don't start a street brawl unless you know how to deliver a knockout punch. That was a cheap shot. Who the hell are you? My name's Galan, and I don't take kindly to those who prey on the weak. And I don't take kindly to those who stick their nose in business that isn't theirs. The surly dwarf pulls out several daggers. This one here already made the mistake of joining the fight they had no business in. Don't make it your mistake as well. So, you have weapons. Let's see if they can match up to my hammer. Come on, boys, let's show this fool what we're made of. The two other dwarves get to their feet and draw their weapons. I try to get to my feet, but I struggle under my own weight and fall to the ground again. Looks like that sucker punch got the better of you. Hold still for a moment. Desira kneels down next to me, places her hand on my forehead, and mumbles a chant I can't quite hear. Can you stand now? To my surprise, I find I have no difficulty in getting to my feet. How did you? No time to explain, they've drawn weapons. Desira points her staff at the leader of the slovenly dwarves. You like to pick on the weak, but there's 3 of us now. Are you really ready for a fair fight? I was born ready to beat down little pigs like you. What the hell just happened here? These 3 men were harassing this woman. These 3 men are members of the Erasmus Estate Guard. If they had quarreled with this woman, it was for good reason, and for the 3 of you to assault them as a group is a serious crime. What? They had no uniforms. How could we know? Silence. You may have caught these men at a disadvantage, but I can assure you that you'll be held to account for your actions. Guards. As it sounds to have committed crimes against the Erasmus estate, you will be held here to await trial and sentencing at the hands of our Lord Erasmus. Your hearing will be held tomorrow morning. The windowless iron door slams shut, leaving us alone with only each other and the rats for company. Have either of you got plans for escape? Well, if we just wait it out and let ourselves go to trial, ultimately it will be the word of us 3 against the 3 guards. I'm sure that we can explain our case against them, especially since the thievery charge will hold no weight. We can claim that we were acting in self-defense. I wouldn't expect a fair trial. Old Edgar's not the type to listen to reason. Edgar Erasmus only cares about the wealth of his own estate. There's not a chance he'll side against his own men. It would undermine the credibility of his family's name. But the trial has to be public. There has to be some accountability. Here's how I expect the trial to go. We will be pulled from the dungeon 1 at a time to testify in our own defense. 3 separate trials, 1 each paying the word of the lone defendant against 3 Erasmus guards. The word of 3 men versus the word of 1 will make it trivial for Erasmus to find the defendant guilty. The defendant can claim there were other witnesses being held in confinement. Erasmus can deny that the 2 others are locked up, claim that they fled the scene, or not available to testify. I'm sure that this dungeon is filled with hidden rooms that he could use to hide any one of us from the public eye. We may be in one of them right now. After he's found the first defendant guilty, executes them, he simply repeats the process with the next defendant several days later, claiming that the defendant was just recently apprehended, arrested. If Erasmus wants us to be found guilty, executed, it will happen. Make no mistake. And Erasmus certainly wants us dead. If we are found innocent and released, it would be a great embarrassment to his estate. So our only way out of here alive is to break ourselves out. We won't be breaking out so much as breaking up. Galan points up. We're underground. See that opening? That's the surface. That's how we're breathing right now. If we try to dig ourselves out, we'll just embed ourselves further in Erasmus's underground webs. The only way to go is up. We're 30, 40 feet underground. Well, I don't think any of us are that tall. Even if we stacked ourselves up, standing on each other's shoulders, we might get to half that height. Right. Which means we need to build ourselves a ladder. I look around the room. I see nothing apart from brick walls and a dirt floor. The only items of note are some metal restraints on the floor, and a few rats which thankfully seem to be keeping to themselves. Not a lot to build a ladder from. Galan points to the wall and runs a finger along the mortar between two bricks. The mortar begins to flake away. We can remove bricks in the wall to give ourselves footholds and handholds to climb. Look what I've found. Desira holds up a broken metal chain link. Found this in an old broken set of leg irons over there in the corner. Might be good for digging. Desira hands the metal link to Galan. Well, iron is harder than old mortar. This will make a fine digging tool, I think. We should chip away at the mortar and leave the bricks in the wall until we're ready to climb out. We wouldn't want our escape route to be seen before we're ready to use it. It would be bad if we got caught digging. I'll stand watch at the door. There's no window to see through, but if I keep my ear pressed to the door, I'll be able to hear the guards' footsteps if they come to check on us. Well then, I'll get started with digging. I can act as relief for either of you if you need to rest. Let me know if you want me to take over for you. Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it. Galan is digging away at the wall while Desira stays vigilant at the door, keeping watch. Hey, Desira. Jade. You want me to take over for you? No need. Keeping watch is easy work. It is dull, though. I wouldn't mind having you here to entertain me. Are you sure I won't be a distraction? I can hear the pacing of the guards well enough, and they're not even on the same level as us. Trust me, if one of them starts getting close enough to check on us, I'll know it loud and clear. Well, if you say so. I wouldn't say so if it wasn't so. So, Jade, is this your first run-in with Lord Erasmus's ilk? Me? I've no prior runs-ins with the man. It's rare. The man in the city who doesn't have some sort of business with Edgar Erasmus. Either you're one of the many who he's ingratiated himself to, or one of those he's bent to suit his own ends. He fancies himself a champion. If he thinks he can get something from you, he's all smiles, but he's no time for those he considers losers. I wonder, could I bargain or broker some kind of deal with him? I doubt he'll have an ear for anything you have to say. To him, you're just a street ruffian. Edgar Erasmus sees the fact that you're in his dungeon as sufficient evidence of that. It wasn't always like this. Edgar Erasmus's father was quite a benevolent soul. Edgar's father? Fabergé Erasmus. I snapped my fingers. I recognized the name. The famous jeweler. Yes, old Fabergé made quite the fortune from his jewelling. That wasn't really the best thing about the city of Hammerheads, you know. Fabergé Erasmus wasn't born into money. He was a tradesman. He earned his fortune through beautiful handiwork, and from that built a house that is now an economic powerhouse. Fabergé knew what it meant to work for a living. He did his best to bless everyone he came across. He wasn't excessively generous with his wealth, but he had a knack for rewarding those who showed their loyalty to him. It's part of what made him such a great businessman. After a while, it became common knowledge that if you helped Fabergé Erasmus succeed, he would do everything in his power to ensure you enjoyed part of that success. If Fabergé Erasmus is the best of what Hammer Hands has to offer, then Edgar Erasmus is some of the worst. Wealth is hereditary, you see, and Edgar possesses none of the positive qualities of his father, while wielding the same fortune. Edgar Erasmus doesn't seek out partners, he seeks out tools. He doesn't create wealth, he steals it, and he tramples over anyone who gets in his way. Are you speaking from personal experience? Well, yes, us, right now, here in this dungeon, for instance. I see what you mean. Of course, it comes as no surprise that the minions of the new Lord Erasmus are every bit as self-serving and nasty as the men they serve. Preying on the weak is how you get into Edgar's good graces, don't you know? Though we're not exactly weak, are we? I would say we gave them a good run for their money. You know, this is all quite new to me. I'm a healer, not a fighter. I'm not the sort who regularly gets into street fights. You could have had me fooled. The seer laughs and gives my chest a right light shove. Stop it, you. No, I mean it. You held your own out there. It's not a common thing, being able to maintain your composure when angry-looking men start swinging swords at you. It's funny. I never fancied myself a fighter, but in that moment of combat, standing by your side, it was like I was operating in a higher state of consciousness. It was like I became suddenly aware of my own mortality, but also aware of the mortality of the men who were attacking me. Everything else, the entire world of worries and stress I had been carrying until that moment, they all ceased to be relevant. You look like the kind of person who has seen combat before. How do you feel about it? Do you relish combat, or is it something you dislike? The Sierra wants to know my thoughts on combat. It's necessary. Well, combat is necessary sometimes. The Sierra cocks her head and gives me a quizzical look. How do you mean? Combat is not inherently glorious, nor is it inherently bad. It's simply a means to an end. For some people, that end is that person over there as something that I want for myself. For myself, that end usually I would very much appreciate if those menacing men were incapacitated so that they could menace me no longer. The seer laughs. I like the way you think. Do you want to know what's funny? The seer smiles and reaches into her blouse. I still have the brooch. That's right. That's why those guards were harassing you in the first place, isn't it? They were trying to take it from you? Yes, indeed. They did a pretty thorough job of frisking me on the way in. They got everything from me but my dignity. How did you manage to sneak that past them? That's a personal subject. I'll leave it up to your imagination. Do you regret that you didn't oblige them the first time they asked you to hand it over? I'm not saying that I think extortionists should be rewarded, but sometimes the consequences for standing up for yourself are worse than getting walked all over. You mean like now? Well, yes. Desira chuckles and cradles the brooch in her palm. Well, of course there are few things worse than being held prisoner in a dungeon, awaiting a death sentence. If I had known how things would have played out, obviously I wouldn't have handled things the way that I did. But who could have known things would end like this, with the three of us looking at the inside of a cell? Kind of hard to anticipate any of the things that ended up happening. No? I guess you're right. What about you? Do you regret what you did? You're asking if I would have just walked by and let those men have their way with you? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds awfully cold. But do you think that I would really be worse off than I am right now if I had just minded my own business? Are you upset that I stopped to help you? Not at all. I was just turning your question around on you. Actually, I wonder if you've got your own hide to worry about. Do you suppose there's someone out there that's wondering why you didn't come home tonight? Do you have a family? Children? A lover? Someone who would be worse off if you never saw the light of day again? I can think of a few people who would be quite upset by my disappearance. Some of them putting a lot of faith in me, actually. Don't give me any more details. I don't want any of us, me or you, giving ourselves any more reason to feel guilty about what happened today. What's done is done. We did what we thought was best, and it's led us here. Let's just do our best to get out. Our friend over there said he was getting pretty lonely. His name's Galan, isn't it? I believe so. Why don't you see if Galan needs a hand over there? Sure, I'll go check on him. Ho, Galan. Hey there. Your name's Jade, right? That's me. Need any assistance over here? If you're asking if I'm getting tired, the answer is no. The digging is easy, but it's quite boring, and I wouldn't mind a conversation partner if you've got nothing to do. I glance at the door. Desira seems to be going fine. Sure, I can keep you company. So, what brings someone like you to the city of Hammerhands? You don't have the look of someone who spends much time in the Dwarven lands. What makes you say that? Well, for one thing, your voice sounds entirely too clean. The Dwarven lands is a pleasant enough place, but one thing you'll never escape is the endless smog. You can't breathe the air of a city like Hammerhands before your voice starts to get worse for wear. The air is pretty thick. If you find yourself short of breath, just give your nose a good blow. Thanks for the tip. I pull a handkerchief and blow my nose into it. I'm shocked to find that my handkerchief has suddenly turned black. Frightened by the sight of what just came out of your nose? You could say that. Galan laughs. That's what you've been breathing all day. A bit gross when you see it all collected like that, isn't it? That's just everyday life in Hammerhands. You're not from around here. That would explain your reckless behavior in the street earlier. What about you? You joined the fight too? Yes, and it was reckless of me too. I'm a bit reckless. Not in my nature. It's a habit I've picked up. A bad habit, though I've had worse. Worse. I used to be a villain. I grew tired of it, so I decided to be a hero instead. Not the wisest career choice for someone who values his hide. It's a marked improvement over my previous lot in life. You used to be a villain? Yes. I'm not all that proud of that chapter of my life. Just doing the best I can to make up for it. Maybe one day I'll have done enough to make up for the bad. Okay then. I lean against the wall while Galan continues carving. Of course, I don't want there to be any secrets between us. If we're going to be partners in crime here, I don't want you to feel like you can't trust me. If full disclosure is what it takes to build trust, well, you can have it. Really? That's all it takes for you to open up to someone? Just getting locked in the same cell? We're here because we work toward a common goal outside. We're now working toward a common goal inside. You seem like the trustworthy sort. Don't you want to know anything more about me?
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
Not particularly. Don't care to know much more than I do about Missy over there either. I've been giving you the benefit of the doubt so far. Being that doubt's something so beneficial, I don't have much reason to remove it now, do I? I feel comfortable knowing what I do know about you. I'm not sure knowing more would help me feel any more comfortable. You can feel free to ask me anything you like. I'll let you know when you're crossing into uncomfortable territory. You say you used to be a villain. What did you do? You mentioned sins in your past. Yep. Can you give me some idea of what you were talking about? Well, subtlety isn't my strong suit, so I'll just tell it to you like it is. I used to be a mercenary, a sellsword, though I eventually came to favor axes, hammers over swords. I had a talent for fighting. I would offer that talent to anyone who is willing to pay me. There's a reason I came to favor a more brutish weapon. It turned out my real talent for killing didn't come from any particular skill with a weapon, some carefully honed battle sense. No, the thing that made me a great fighter was my uncanny ability to lose my temper. I could do it almost on demand. Still can, actually. There's this wonderful thing about rage. It gives you great fortitude, tenacity. A fighter fueled by rage does not feel fear, intimidation, fatigue. While anger may not do great things to a fighter's dexterity, more fights are won by force than finesse. It's hard to find a more forceful fighter than one who is driven by rage. You're a berserker. Galan laughs. A man with a hammer who goes berserk. A berserker. That's a good way of putting it. Anyway, I had a gift for fighting. Seemed it was the only thing I was good at, so I decided to charge for it. The thing I discovered is that people with the money to hire a mercenary aren't the most scrupulous of folks. In fact, I'm convinced that behind every great fortune you'll find a crime. You don't get to have large sums of money without taking it from someone. There was one fellow who hired me who was not such a man. He was a traveling merchant, a good, honest man. That was his downfall, really. This merchant hired me as a bodyguard. He was taking jewelry from Grimoire to Hammerhands, wanted me along to protect his goods. Thing was, he didn't have the money to pay me. He did have the jewelry. He offered the following arrangement. I would escort him from Grimoire to Hammerhands, that upon arrival he would sell the jewelry to the waiting vendor and pay me my usual fee. I had no other work available. I agreed to do the job on credit. He didn't have any collateral besides the jewelry itself. That was good enough for me. Anyway, I saw the man all the way to Hammerhands. When we arrived, a small problem was discovered. The buyer insisted that the jewelry must be appraised, you see. The appraiser told him that the jewelry was counterfeit. The solution at this point was very simple. The merchant only needed to offer the appraiser a bribe, get him to lie, say the jewelry was legitimate. The merchant would get his money. The appraiser would take his cut. I would get paid. The buyer would receive his fake goods, be none the wiser. Ignorance is bliss, don't you know? Everyone leaves happy. I had seen that exact deception happen dozens of times before. In fact, I figured that kind of trickery was probably exactly how the merchant wound up with the counterfeit jewelry in the first place. Bribing appraisers is simply a matter of course when you're a small-time merchant. The damned honest fool wouldn't do it. He couldn't in good conscience sell the jewels knowing they were fake. That was a problem for us, because suddenly he was left with no way to pay me. He told me that he would find a way to repay the debt, that he would write me a promissory note. I was hearing none of it. I was furious. I couldn't control my rage. In that flurry of rage, I did what I had done so many times before. I pulled out my axe. I killed a man. I killed that merchant. The next day, I took the jewelry to another appraiser. I figured I would bribe him to claim it was legitimate. Maybe he could find a vendor for me. As it turned out, I didn't need to bribe him. The jewelry had been legitimate the entire time. The first appraiser was a crook who figured that he could extort a bribe out of the merchant. I got a lot of money from selling that jewelry, far and above what the merchant owed me. I killed that man over nothing. He was the only one who did nothing wrong. I drank most of that money. I spent many nights alone thinking about what I had done, with only ale for company. There's a part to this story that I didn't mention. The merchant was traveling with his wife, child. They were there when I went to confront the merchant about the debt he owed me. Their screams still haunt my nightmares. The sound of sheer terror in their quivering voices, the sound of their bones snapping as iron did its deed. No one knows what I did that day. I left no witnesses. It's not at all unusual for traveling merchants to simply disappear. I know what I did. I would like to say that I've become a new man. You can't simply erase your past by claiming to disown it. I still remember standing above their bloody remains, axe in hand. That man was me. No amount of good I do in this life will ever change that. I still try. Gods, do I try. That's who I am. I sit in silence as Galan continues to etch away at the mortar in the wall. What can I even say in response? You're just a man. You're just a man, Galan. You've done evil in your life. We all have. You try to do good. I'm not sure if that makes you a good or virtuous person. I know that you can't let a single bad action define who you are as a person. My rage, the rage that drove me to slay an innocent family, will always be a part of who I am. I've tried for years to chase it away, to control my temper. I'm doing my best to tame it, remain calm at all times. There are still times when it takes over. It could happen at any time. That terrifies me. You want to know what the funniest thing is? Looking at the walls of this dungeon, I think this might be where I belong. It's like justice caught up with me. This is exactly where a rage-crazed berserker like me belongs. If this was the fate I was subjected to, I wouldn't complain. If it was just me, I might not even be trying to escape. You two, you and her, you don't belong here. I'll keep digging. Desira yawns audibly, then turns to Galan and yells across the cell. How are we coming along over there, Galan? I'm kind of curious if, oh, no, that's not what. I'm kind of curious if, we get a relationship point depending on here. You're a brute, a thug, you're not even a man. You're right. What you just said about me is entirely true. I'm not one to begrudge a man for telling the truth. That monster who flew into a rage and killed that family. I've done everything I can to escape him. He keeps coming back to haunt me. After a lifetime of losing your temper, it becomes part of who you are. I wish I could say I'm in full control of my actions. The truth is, I'm not. That terrifies me. Okay, so no relationship point there one way or the other. So what about you're brave? You're a stronger man than most. Okay, so that makes me wonder if before, if we could have gotten a relationship point with Desira and I just didn't do the right one. Um, I wonder if I can load back a little bit. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Maybe it's terrifying will work. So let's load, let's save game. So we have to make sure to do brave on that one. It's terrifying. I've been in battle before. It never stops being terrifying. Then what made you join the fight in my defense today? Honestly, I was driven by fear. Fear of what might happen to you if I did nothing. Sometimes, oftentimes, the fear of the consequences of my own inaction is greater than my fear of death by the sword. In those moments, I fight. Thanks for coming to my rescue. Well, thanks to my heroic actions, you can now live to see the inside of an underground dungeon. Desira laughs. Do you want to know what's funny? Desira smiles, reaches into her... Okay, so that's not the one we needed. It's exhilarating. Want to know the truth? I find combat exhilarating. There we go. There's the Desira level up. Okay. It is, isn't it? Is there anything more common to the conscious experience than fighting for your survival? We do it every day. Sometimes it's just as simple as finding a way to feed ourselves. To have that entire struggle compressed into a few tense moments. To have that opportunity to prove yourself. To say, I deserve to exist. I will not be defeated. That's exciting. You know, if you had met me on the street a day ago, said those words to me, I would be terrified of you. I would think you were some kind of crazy. Having experienced what you experienced today, I agree with you completely. The thrill of combat is intoxicating on a physical level. Those guards probably saw me as an easy target. I'm almost glad I got the chance to show them a thing or two. Do you want to know what's funny? You've got the brooch. Okay. So yeah, we need to make sure to keep an eye out on those because there is no achievement guide for this game. This game is so tiny, there is no achievement guide, which is kind of frustrating, but maybe we'll still manage to get most of the achievements either way. Maybe. That's certainly not the response I expected. You've descended to some of the darkest depths a man's soul can experience. You embodied the epitome of wretchedness. For a man to come back from that experience, reflect on it honestly, say that he wants to get better. That's what I call heroic. The horrible thing you've done will never go away. That will always be part of you. Everything you've done since then, every good deed you've done, that's also the real you. You're endeavoring to be the best person you can be. I would never begrudge you for that. You are quite charitable. I'm afraid that despite my best efforts, that man who flew into a rage killed that poor family. He's still haunting me to this day. I wish I could keep my temper under wraps. I wish I were fully in control of my actions. Sometimes my temper takes over. I'm getting better at controlling it. I fear I will always be at the mercy of its whims. You want to know what the fun... Yeah, there we go. How are we coming along there, Galan? Not so loud. Come on, it's nightfall. You think they're going to come check on us? If they had any intention of feeding us, they would have done it by now. Jade, tell Desira to keep quiet. There's no reason for us to be yelling across at each other like this. If she needs to say something to me, she can say it through you. I stepped toward Desira and put a hand on her shoulder. I know you're getting antsy, but The door behind Desira swings open, sending her tumbling forward into my arms. Oi! What's all that noise in here? Galan freezes, clenching the digging tool in his fist. I wrap my arms around Desira, and I feel her breathing stop. The guard looks at me, then down at Desira, then up at me again. What's all this? These two just got into a little fight. I was splitting them up. The guard spits at my feet. Pity there isn't much daylight left. It would be a real pleasure to see these two go at it. I know a few other guards who would like to place bets on that. Personally, my money would be on the feller over there. The guard points a finger at Galan. You, mustache, where are you from? From just outside Hammerhand, sir. Grew up in the basin. The basin? They breed fighters out there, do they? Street brawls are an uncommon sight. Well then, the guard gives Galan a nasty look. Don't go roughing up the other prisoners too much, you hear? Not until we've had a chance to put wager on it, at least. I'll restrain myself. Sleep tight. Behave yourselves, and there might be breakfast in the morning. The guard backs out the door and it swings shut behind him. I feel Desira begin to breathe heavily. Are you okay? Desira nods. Jade, put your ear to the door. I would like a word with the girl. Galan grabs Desira by the shoulders and shoves her against the wall. He leans in until their faces are only an inch apart. What the hell? What the hell? How the hell did that just happen? Why is it that when a guard walks in to check on us, I stand there like an idiot in front of a wall, missing several bricks and a digging tool in my hand? Desira stares back at Galan, wide-eyed. You had one job, woman. One job. Stand at the door and listen for approaching guards. You hear something, you say something. Was that really too much for you to handle? Even simply doing nothing would have been better than trying to start a shouting match in here. If you kept your trap shut, or used even the slightest bit of discretion in keeping your voice down, that guard would have had no reason to come down here. Galan turns his back on Desira, then spins around, swinging a fist toward her head. Galan. Galan stops mid-swing. He looks at his fist, then at Desira. Tears are running down her cheeks. Gods. I'm sorry. I'm bloody sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes I lose control. I'm sorry you had to see that. Desira, can you forgive me? Desira nods silently. We're all going a little stir-crazy in here. We're lucky. It was too dark for him to see anything. We're safe. And we're going to get out of here. We're going to get out of here tonight. I'm halfway to carving enough footholds for us to reach the top. We'll be out of here before dawn breaks. Galan, are you good to keep digging? I've been going well so far, and I think I have it in me to finish this job. I'll keep an eye to the door. Desira, why don't you rest? Try to get some sleep if you feel so inclined. Desira slinks off to a far corner of the cell, away from me and Galan. The next hour passes uneventfully. I give myself a slap on the face every time I catch myself yawning, while Galan continues to carve our path out of the cell. After what must be hours later, Sierra interrupts my boredom with a tap on the shoulder. Jade, can you talk? Sure, I can listen and talk. What is it? There's something I need to tell you. I stole the brooch. What? When you first found me on the street, getting accosted by the 3 Erasmus guards, they were arresting me for stealing the brooch. I thought you said it was your mother's. My mother worked as a maid for Fabergé Erasmus. He paid her a generous wage for her service, but he wanted an additional way to reward her for years of loyalty and service. Fabergé made the brooch, specifically crafted as a gift for my mother. But as an honest broker who wanted to avoid even the appearance of impropriety, Fabergé kept all of his transactions and wealth transfers, including personal gifts, a matter of public record. Fabergé was afraid it might appear scandalous if he gifted such an item to one of his mates. He was a married man, after all. To get around this, Fabergé named my mother in his will as the recipient of the jewel, and a rather significant portion of his estate as well. But when Fabergé died and Edgar took his place, Edgar claimed that the will could not be found. I'm certain that Edgar destroyed it. Fabergé knew that his son was a greedy man, and I doubt that he willed even an iota of his wealth to Edgar. But common law dictates that in cases where a will does not exist, or cannot be found, the most direct descendant of the deceased be named as the sole recipient of the estate. My mother never received what she was due, the brooch included. Edgar took by might what was hers by right. But you have no way of proving that was rightfully hers if the will was destroyed. That's right, and that's why I had to steal the brooch back. Sierra really stole the brooch. You should have said something sooner. And you're telling me this just now? I know I should have said something sooner. Yeah, a lot earlier. Like before we dove in and assaulted several guards on your behalf. I didn't think that was the right one, but I just wanted to check. You shouldn't have told me that. Why are you telling me about this? I figured you deserved to know. You waited this long to tell me. There's got to be a reason for that. I didn't know how you would react. Yes, and when we got locked up, I was an unknown entity at first. You needed to gain my trust. The most important thing was having unity between the 3 of us, so that we could focus on escaping. That's what you were thinking, right? Yes, exactly. Well, it's still true, Sierra. We're still in this dungeon. We still need to escape. In fact, the hardest part of our escape still lies ahead of us. And now on top of everything, I've got this thing that you've just dumped on me. I'm not sure you realize what you've just dropped on me here, Sierra. You see, all this time I was thinking that you were the victim of a wrongful accusation, and Galan and I were heroes rushing to your defense. But now I find out that you were committing a real crime, and I committed a real crime by assaulting those guards. We're all here in this dungeon because of real crimes. Gods, Sierra, I really could have done without the confession. I'm really not seeing how that got us any closer to our goal here. Sierra looks at the floor, head bowed. Her voice softens to a whimper. I'm sorry. Well, what's done is done. Now we need to figure out what happens next. You haven't told Galan about this? No, I thought you should be the first to know. Galan doesn't know that Sierra really stole the brooch. A lot earlier, like before we dove in and assaulted several guards on your behalf. I'm sorry. I never intended for things to happen like they did. Everything happened so fast. Once weapons were drawn, I was just operating on instinct. It didn't even occur to me to try and explain the situation until we were being hauled off. All this time I was thinking that we were all the victims of some guards who were wrongfully abusing their power to accost an innocent woman. It turns out that they were making a legitimate arrest. All of us here are here for real crimes. I turn away from Sierra and bury my head in my hands. What a mess. What a horrible mess. I feel the touch of Sierra's hand on my shoulder. I spin around and bat her hand away. I raise a hand. She flinches. Listen, I'm not angry. Well, maybe I am. That's not helping us escape. I'm going to do my best to put all of this behind us. We all made choices that got us here. You made choices. I made choices. Maybe not informed choices. I'm here because of things that I did. Galan made those choices too. You haven't told Galan about this? Okay, let's see. So it doesn't look like relationship points either way. So, I'll go with this one, I think. So the question is do we tell Galan or do we not? We have to tell Galan about this. You've told me he deserves to know as much as I do. Maybe you can't keep the secret from him. I sure can't. Okay, I'll tell him. Okay. We'll need to wait for the right moment to tell him, though. He needs to be in a receptive mood. I agree. Desir, I think I know Galan well enough to know when that time will be. I can't say for certain right now when it will be. I'll let you know when that time comes. I'll be there with you to tell him. Until that, then, you'll need to sit on this, okay? Okay. You keep an ear to the door. I'm going to go talk to Galan. I walk across the cell. Galan has begun ascending as he continues to dig footholds in the wall, each higher than the next. His feet are now level with my head. Ho, Galan, how's the weather up there? Galan looks down at me. Not much better up here than I imagine it is down there. Progress is still going steady. I estimate another hour, maybe two at the rate I'm going. You doing okay up there? It's no trouble for you to keep your balance, dig at the same time. You only have two hands, you know. My position up here is pretty far from precarious. I don't have very far to fall. These bricks are nice and flat. I've climbed mountains while carrying an injured man. This isn't even 1/10 as difficult. Really? That sounds like an interesting story. Not much of a story. I was climbing a mountain with another man. He was injured. The closest way to get help was up. He did a fine job of staying steady on my back, so the only real struggle for me was the extra weight. You want company over here? Should I leave you be? As you prefer. I could go either way. Should I talk with Galan? Well, obviously we're going to talk with Galan. In that case, I think I would like to stay up with you. Maybe I can relieve you if you start feeling sore. Like I said, this here is nothing. You don't spend years climbing mountains without developing sure feet, hard hands. Your hands are calloused? Of course. Some of the calluses are from toting heavy weapons. You normally don't start bleeding after your first day of swinging an axe. Do you bleed when climbing? Sure. The best rocks for climbing are ones with rough surfaces. You don't want your hands, feet sliding around when the ground is 100 or more feet below. Rough rocks, soft hands are a combination that often results in blood. Sounds like an ordeal? A little bleeding is nothing to cry about. That's how you turn soft hands into hard hands. Pain is what you feel and weakness is leaving the body. I think the proudest thing I could say is that I've lived a painful life. A painful life is a sign of strength. Getting strong isn't easy. Of course, you're going to encounter some pain on the way there. How about you? Have you lived a painful life? I've had my fair share of hardship. That's lucky for you. Every life has hardship. You managed to get all of that up front. The best years of your life are ahead of you. I agree. I guess you're right. Yeah, I figured he would like that. That's why I don't mind being perched up here, digging away at this wall with a poorly improvised, perfectly adequate digging tool. Whatever comes after, I know that I'll enjoy it more if I toil harder now. I look up at Galan. He continues to dutifully scrape away at the wall with a twisted fragment of metal. In the dim light of the moon, I can see what looks like a smile etched upon his face. His smile is not broad. It isn't the smile of a victorious man, a joyful man. It's the look of a man who is perfectly content with his lot in life. The next few hours pass uneventfully. I try to sleep. My nervous energy makes it hard to keep my eyes shut. I keep my mind busy by envisioning our escape. It should be simple. Once we climb out of this cell, we should be somewhere within the walls of the Rasmus estate. From there, we simply make our way to the perimeter, climb over the wall, run off under cover of darkness. My mind fills with visions of creeping across the grounds, ascending the wall surrounding the estate, running off to leave this place forever. As these visions dance in my head, I find myself slowly drifting off to sleep. Jade, wake up. Where? It's time to go. I blink myself awake, see Desira Galan standing above me, their faces barely illuminated in the moonlight. The sun will rise soon. We need to be out of here well before then. Well then, let's get going. I follow Galan over to the wall, where bricks have been removed from the wall to provide handholds, footholds, leading all the way to the top of the cell, where an opening to the outside world allows air in. Hopefully, allows prisoners out. I'm thinking we ought to go lightest up first. Desira, then you, then me, bringing up the rear, one at a time. A fall would be bad enough. We don't need to be crushing each other if one of us comes tumbling down. Sounds good. Desira, you ready? Desira nods, turns to the wall. Ready. Desira begins climbing, cautiously at first. Once she gains sure footing, she makes her way to the top without much difficulty. She disappears over the edge, then pokes her head over the hole, beckons for us to follow. Galan and I exchange a nod. I begin climbing. The footholds are sturdy enough. Galan must have gone through some real trouble to carve through the mortar if it's this solid. I'm about halfway up when I feel myself getting lightheaded. Don't look down. I close my eyes, continue my ascent. My hands easily find the slots Galan has carved out. Several moments later, I thrust my arm into the air. My hand is kissed by the cool nighttime breeze. I hoist myself out of the hole, take a look around. We're in a niche in the corner of a stone building. Desira grins at me. I grin back. I lean over the edge, motion to Galan. He begins climbing. As Galan climbs, I poke my head out of the niche, survey our surroundings. Ornamental trees and little plots of soil dot the estate in front of us. A small stream of water runs across the estate several feet away. We must be in a courtyard of some sort. I hear Galan grunting, turn around to see him lifting himself out of the hole. Desira points past some trees, whispers to us. I think that's the wall of the estate. Beyond it is the neighboring estate. We'll need to follow to the wall to the front, where it meets the street. Then we can climb over, be out of here. They lock the front gate at night. It requires the strength of several men to open. That's good news for us. It means that even if we are seen climbing over the wall, it will be hard for any roaming guards to follow us. Okay, let's go. Light feet. Hold on a moment. Galan motions behind us. There's what looks like a small encampment set up. What's an encampment like that doing in the middle of a noble estate? The guards set these up at night. They rotate the guard shifts at night. Some of them sleep in tents like these so that they don't have to constantly exit the estate during the night. Some of them actually prefer sleeping outside on hot summer nights. There's a bunch of stuff there. I think I recognize the shape of that hammer. Let's check it out. Quietly, of course. We creep over to the encampment. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be anyone sleeping here at the moment. This is certainly my hammer, and this is my staff. It looks like my possessions are here too. Strange for them to just leave it lying about here. See that table with the deck of cards? They were probably going to gamble to decide how to divide our possessions among themselves. Well, I guess we'll just have to steal their prize pot. I don't think it counts as stealing if it was originally yours to start with. Okay, we have our things back. We still need to get out of here. Let's get to the edge of the courtyard where we can hide in the shadows. We tread softly across the courtyard to the front wall, then begin making our way towards the front wall. Desira holds a finger to her lips, then motions toward two guards, standing in front of the house. The front of the house is dimly lit, with only two torches for vision. If we continue along the sidewall, we'll surely pass through their field of vision. I nod, lower my voice to a whisper. We'll need to expose ourselves to those two guards to reach the front. There's no way around it. How should we approach it? I say we make a run for it. By the time the guards realize what's happening, we'll have a head start. They probably won't have enough time to catch up. I wouldn't be so sure. Erasmus has attack dogs by one of the side yards. If we're seen running, they'll likely send the dogs after us. You can't outrun dogs like those. What do you suggest? We should attack the guards, take them out before anyone else knows what's happening. Then, if no one sees us, we can sneak along the wall like we planned. Desira Galan turned to me with a look of expectation. How are we to proceed? Let's attack the guards. Hopefully no one sees us. We creep through the shadows towards the guards until we're so close that I can make out the shape of the individual hairs on their chins. Attack. We manage to subdue the guards. I hear yelling from inside. What's going on out there? I'm not sure. It's probably nothing. I think we should investigate. Are you sure? It doesn't seem like they're onto us just yet. We shouldn't tarry. Move quickly. Stay quiet in the shadows, just like we planned. We get halfway toward our goal when I hear the sound of a door opening, footsteps leaving the estate. We've got several men down. What happened to these guys? This doesn't look good. Stay quiet. They still haven't seen us. We continue creeping along. We're but a mere 50 feet from the wall when I hear the sound of yelling behind us. Hey, look out there. 3 of them. The jig is up. Run. We break into a sprint for the wall. I can't see Galan, Desira. I can hear their breath on either side of me, following several feet behind. The guards follow in hot pursuit. Intruders. I hear a door open. More guards must be emerging from somewhere else on the estate. They're long behind us now. I reach the front wall. It's more fence than wall, 20 feet high with vertical metal bars, each several inches apart. Climb. I grasp 2 of the metal bars and begin climbing. Left arm, right arm, left arm, right arm, left, right. Galan, Desira follow several seconds behind me. I reach the top of the wall. Jade, help. I hoist myself onto the top of the wall and look back at Galan and Desira. 2 guards have caught up to us, with more on the way. Galan and Desira have climbed high enough to avoid their weapons. The guards have begun throwing rocks at them. A rock hits Galan on the arm, his grip loosens. I'm slipping. Oh dear. I reach down and grab Desira by the arm. I pull her up. She catches the top of the wall with her feet. Shit. Galan is hanging by one arm. I reach down and grab him, but a rock hits me in the hand. I lose my grip on him. Galan tumbles down, hitting the ground, landing on his back. A guard runs up from the direction of the house, kicks him in the chest. Galan curls up on the ground. 3 more guards come running up. There are now 6 guards on the ground with more on the way. Galan, run! We have to go, Desira. Desira and I bound over the wall, slide to the ground outside the estate, then take off running. Desira overtakes me. I follow her, taking several turns in the road until we arrive at a deserted alleyway, far away from the Rasmus estate. What are we going to do? I wish we could do something for Galan. I don't think there's anything we can do. He's guilty in the eyes of the law. You and I will be imprisoned if we go back and try to help him. I'm going to leave the city. Tonight, if at all possible. What about me? You? I don't know. Can't you go back to your life? They'll be looking for me. I don't know anywhere I'll be safe. Well then, you can come with me to Grimoire. It may not be a permanent solution. We can take the time to decide what to do next once Hammerhands is far behind us. I'll go with you then to Grimoire. I don't think the actual items change in the actual store. I think the store always sells what it sells. Maybe. So if that's the case, honestly, other than maybe giving Lena the bow, because that Warhammer we got is pretty gosh darn nice, honestly. Apparently she can't equip that axe, so she could still use Spear of the Great Mothers, because that's some pretty good damage. But for me, that's not nearly as good as the Warhammer we just got, so... Okay, what about armor-wise? Griffin leather armor doesn't have as much defense, although it does have speed and air. The gladiator helmet does seem pretty good, but we don't have enough money for any of that, so... Amazon scout armor. We get better speed, fire, water, air, and earth, although it doesn't have nearly as good defense, which I think is probably more important. Mercenary chainmail. Less defense, more speed. Yeah, no. Focus on defense, I think. So even though those are, I guess they're green because they're theoretically better, but I don't know about that. I highly doubt these are any better. That has better speed, but that's it. And since we have a two-handed weapon, we probably can't equip the gladiator buckler. Although she could. We could get her the buckler. The padded armor is not nearly as good as our plate mail. Really glad we fought the dwarves for that. That was pretty good. It's got better speed, but that's it. And then the reinforced caps have slightly better parry, but that's probably not worth it. So yeah, other than maybe... Yeah, because that's got less defense, even if it does have more speed. So other than maybe the gladiator helmet, neither of us, I think, are going to be getting any of these. And the gladiator helmet's kind of expensive, but... So do we want to give her the shield? Probably, right? Probably. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy her the shield. There we go. So she has some better defense. And speed, apparently. Okay. So what about here? We both have the necklace on right now. The only one that would be better would be this necklace, but it's really expensive. No, this necklace is also good. Because that's the same defense, it just has crit, hit, and parry. Because that's 2 defense, 2 crit hit. So either one of these necklaces would be good, but they're both very expensive. They're both very, very expensive. And in this magic ring, we lose 1 defense, but we do get attack, crit, hit, parry. Although it seems like these are probably better. Rings, I guess, are more offense-based, maybe? No, not this one. The difference here is less defense, more parry. This one's just not as good. So maybe that would be better. So the only thing to try to remember here is maybe the Spear of Great Mothers for Lena, the helmet, and the necklaces, I think. Probably. That ring does have better attack and crit hit, and I'm not quite sure what parry is, honestly, but I think I'll focus on defense for the accessories. So that would mean one of the necklaces, but we need quite a bit of money for that, so we'll see, I guess. And apparently I should have I was thinking if we get more characters to aid us, that we would want to save the arena for their experience, but apparently we should have done the arena because I think we just lost 2 arena fights by not doing it. I don't know when the last auto, yeah. So yeah, it is what it is. Hello, Jade. What business brings you to here today? I'm in search of new allies, and you said you have leads. Indeed I do. What kind of ally are you looking for exactly? Okay, so it doesn't matter what we choose. We probably end up coming back here either way and doing all 3. Someone sneaky and devious. Sneaky and devious, you're aware that you're looking for potential allies here, not enemies, right? Cunning and deceit can be useful tools. I would be remiss if I excluded someone from the ranks of my task force simply because they had an unsavory past. I thought you wanted the best. I do, and it's hard to be the best without being a little bit crafty. Infamy, talent sometimes go hand in hand. So you want someone crafty and infamous. I wonder, would you be willing to join forces with an assassin? I'm certainly not above it. All right, far be it from me to discourage you from doing what's best for the mission. Tell me, are you familiar with the Great Forest? I know it well enough. There's an elf assassin who goes by the name of Kushu. Charming fellow, good with a bow, has something of a code of honor. He's the kind to turn down a job on moral grounds. That policy makes him a bit polarizing as assassins go. Kushu's usually the short to leave calling card when finishing a job. A corrupted nobleman here, a wanted criminal there. He'll leave a way for people to get in touch if they admire his work. Besides that, he likes the recognition. He has a bit of an ego. If he's earned the right to brag, then he's someone I want by my side. Well, that may be a problem. Kushu has not been seen recently. Has he gone into retirement? Who can say? For a long time I had thought him dead, but rumors are that people have spotted him in some of the smaller settlements of the Great Forest. That or someone who looks like him. If you want to find him, I would recommend asking around the capital. You know how to get to Grand Tree, I'm sure. Okie dokie. Sure, I do. I'll make a Grand Tree one of my next destinations and see if I can find anything about this Kushu fellow. Thanks for the tip, Karen. Anytime. I'm going to go ahead and do the training just because apparently can't be sure, Yeah. I find Desira at the inn where we agreed to meet. Desira, Jade, I take it you have questions for me? Yes, I do. Go ahead. We've been to hell and back together, so any question you have, I'll answer. Who are you, and what were you doing in Hammerhands? I'm an operator working on behalf of the Council of Grimoire. I was in Hammerhands looking for potential allies. Allies in what, exactly? There's been dire business happening at the Castle of Namar. For a long time, it's been an isolated problem. Recently, the Elders of Grimoire decided that was a problem for the people of Grimoire. The Castle of Namar is a den of evil. It's leaking. My mission is to do something about it. You're going to do something about it. What exactly? I'm going to invade. Me, whatever allies I can assemble. Your quest brought you to Hammerhands. Yes. Well, did you find the allies you're looking for in Hammerhands? Maybe. Maybe you can answer that question for me, Desira. What do you mean? I found a pair of people that I would consider myself confident to fight alongside as allies. One of them didn't make it out of the city with me. The other did. A faint smile forms on Desira's face. You want me to fight the undead with you? You seem like you might be cut out for this kind of thing, Desira. You're a healer. Your talents could come in handy when fighting the undead. We faced combat together, in case you need me to remind you how it is that we ended up meeting. I think you would make an excellent ally. How can I say anything but yes? It's the least I can do. Oh, okay, I probably should wait on the arena until we got Desira. Okay, well, the more you know. I mean, we're still figuring the game out pretty much, right? So in this case, since she's a healer, we don't necessarily need to focus on attack. SP would be the probable best choice there, and she's already got quite a bit of that. Although having Constitution at 8 is weird, skill... It would be Constitution and skill that we'd mainly... Constitution, will, and skill, right? Agility is a weird number, so... We'd want to level up agility to at least a non-weird number, but maybe focus on... Yeah, no, it's gotta be an even number. That will bug the fuck out of me if I don't. Okay, Nature's Touch, heals, defense boost, increases target speed, hits target for 15% of base damage, reduces buffs duration from target enemy. Hits target for 15%, reduces base, okay. Mirror damage reflects back to the attacker 50% of the damage done for the next 3 turns, works even with magic and ranged attacks. Okay. Tree of Life heals a single target for 3 turns. First 30, 20, 10. Increase target speed by 15%. If the target is knocked out, resurrects him or her. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so let's go with heals 40. Allies on the side are healed by half that. I think I'm going to go with Nature's Touch. That seems like the best one to level up. Oh, and we got that too, so okay, cool. Okay. So we want to level up Power. And then Toughness sounds like a good one to level up. And then Nature's Touch, just max that healing out. And then get Agility to a nice even 10. I'll stay in Grimoire. If you need me, I'm here. Congratulations, you recruited another party member. Member, like Lena, during this phase this year will be available only in the arena fights while browsing the shops. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so it doesn't look like Lena can equip two-handed weapons, like, period. None of the two-handed weapons she can equip. Just like period, apparently. Okay. But we can equip this, which I think is slightly better. We lose speed and crit hit, but it's one more attack and we even get a little bit of defense from it, so. And then you can't equip anything but staffs, probably. That's Let Staff Magma sounds pretty good, but we don't have the money for that. So I think we're doing pretty good here. Yeah, even this thingy says that Paladin's Mace would probably be pretty good for her. It says that she can equip the spear though. So I don't know if maybe it's just like sword she can't equip. I'm not sure how this is better. It's one less damage, one defense and speed, I guess. Instead of -2. Trying to figure out the auto thing here for when a weapon's better. Should I trust the thing that says it's better, or should I just assume it's not better? Because my instinct is to go over 3, is to go off of defense, but I'm also a turtle, so I'm not the smartest either. I'm tempted to buy Lena the spear, 45, and just assume it's better, because it says it's better, and she can't do two-handed, obviously, so, I mean, I guess it's better. I guess. Okay, it does show in here if it's supposedly better by doing that right there, okay. So it does show in the inventory even if something is supposedly
Stream
better.
Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
Okay. So see, like for us, we could do either of these, but see, I don't see how that could possibly be considered better unless it's just trying to do an all-around thing, but the Oathbreaker does look pretty good. And the only one that would be better for her would be the Oathbreaker. So Lena can at least equip the Oathbreaker, but that's just pretty expensive, so. Okay. And then at least armor-wise, the Legion, isn't that the same helmet the other place has? And nothing else is better. For you, the leather helm could be better. You lose the elemental defense, but yeah, we can get you a leather helm. We can do that. And you're no longer equipping the shield, and you no longer have that. So I'll just sell all the items in this category. I think that's fine. That should be fine. I'll trust in the auto thing, I think, at least a little bit. That doesn't give us enough money to buy the other stuff, but okay, and here, yeah, the necklace would be better, but we don't have the money. And you don't have anything equipped, so anything we equip for you would be better. But that means we should probably go back to the other city and buy what we've got on them. The necklace, probably, right? Probably. And the Amazon Citadel. Oh, they don't have another necklace. Okay. Interesting ring. Interesting. And we can also buy the Amazon Scout armor, which is probably better because she doesn't have very good armor. There we go. Okay, sell all items. At least as far as weapons go. I don't know if the Spear of the Great Mothers is better than these. Because that's what? Less damage. So we might focus on that other thing for the weapon. The other town for the weapon. And according to this is better. A little bit less defense, but better armor. Not that we have the money to do either of that, but now we don't have enough money to do that either. Okay. That's probably fine. That's probably fine. Can't go to Hammer Hands. Can't go to Grand Tree. No, we do go to Grand Tree. That's the next quest. Okay. Oh, we can even browse local shops here. Not that we have any money. Look for Kushu around Grand Tree. I begin trekking down the road to Farshade. If Kushu has been absent from the capital for this long, it's probable that he's taken up temporary residence in one of the Great Forest's smaller settlements. Farshade seems as good a place as any to inquire about his whereabouts. I'm less than an hour into my journey when I encounter the first unexpected difficulty. Several trees have been shattered at the roots, their trunks splayed across the main trail. I peer beyond the fractured stumps of trees that once stood proud against the backdrop of the forest. A sea of smashed splinters extends further than I can see from the path. Clearly something caused this damage. The question is, what? I climb over the demolished tree branches and begin following the path that has been so violently carved through the trees and foliage. I step along logs and hop from stump to stump to avoid being caught in the dense underbrush. My progress is slow, but the midday sun shines bright along the pathway, no longer obstructed by the towering branches of the trees that have been toppled in the path of destruction. Eventually I reach a small clearing and discover what I can only presume is the source of the destruction. It's a massive beast. The beast appears to be sleeping. Whatever destruction this beast wreaked, it doesn't seem to pose an imminent danger in its current state. It can't get hurt to get a closer look. I creep up until I'm close enough to feel the warmth of the beast's breath on my face. Much to my surprise, the breath has a crisp, almost loamy odor to it. This beast doesn't appear to be a flesh eater. Waves of scaled flesh ripple and ebb with each breath. In its slumbering state, the beast has an almost majestic appearance. I turn around and flinch as I hear the sound of metal whiz past my ear. I look back at the slumbering beast. A piece of metal is lodged in its neck. Pardon my projectile. I look up toward the source of the voice, and an elf drops down from the forest canopy, landing beside the beast. He whips out a blade and swiftly draws it across the beast's throat. Blood gushes from the newly formed wound. The elf wipes his blade on the underbrush and sheathes it. I have to question what business someone like you has getting this close to a rampaging woodcrasher. Rampaging. He looked pretty serene to me up until the moment you drove an arrow through his neck. Actually, it's a she. See the ridges around the neck? Only females have them. I can't say I'm an expert on the species native to this forest. She's not native. Look at these trees. Or what's left of them. He gestures to the path of demolished forest that I followed to arrive here. There wouldn't be much forest left if these wood crashers were prancing about on the regular. Where did it come from? The elf shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. Well, actually, maybe it isn't. I'm probably more qualified to remark on the matters of this forest than you are. At least, I presume. Are you saying I look like I don't belong here? That and you smell like you don't belong here. Did you come from the city? Because you've got the smell of the city on you. What does that mean? I hear a low growl around us. It means that there are creatures around here who know that you don't belong. A wolf steps into the clearing. I can only see one wolf, but I hear growling from both the left and the right. It doesn't take a keen eye to see that we're surrounded. I've still yet to appraise you as a friend or foe, but would you assist me in dispatching these wolves? Seeing as how this is partly your fault. Let's do this. I suggest that we move. More might be coming. We should get away from this bloody wood crasher. So was it the scent of blood that drew the wolves, or the smell of the city on me? because you seem to imply it was the latter. It was both. The scent of blood drew the wolves, but the wolves know that where there's blood, there's often another predator. But when they smelled you, an outsider, they felt emboldened to attack. They can smell weakness. Are you calling me weak? That's not my opinion of you, but the wolves seem to think so. I think you proved them wrong in combat, so the last laugh is yours. Now then, his gaze narrows on my face, and he gives me an appraising look. I feel you owe me an introduction. I'm Jade, and what brings you to the Great Forest? I'm looking for a certain someone, an elf assassin named Kusho. The elf chuckles. Funny that. Well, you found him. What business do you have with me? I'm here on behalf of Grimoire's leadership. And what interest does Grimoire's leadership have in an elf assassin like me? Surely you've heard of the recent events surrounding the castle of Namar. Yes, I've been quite aware. A man of my occupation can't persist long without his ear to the ground. But you haven't answered my question, so I'll ask again. What does the leadership of Grimoire have with an elf assassin like me? To who do I owe this referral? Queen Karen of the Amazon suggested that you might prove a helpful ally. A wry grin creeps across Kusho's face, and he allows himself a slight chuckle. Is that so? I suppose I should be delighted to hear her speak so highly of my talents. What exactly is the task at hand? Do you have a specific job in mind? We're infiltrating the castle of Namar. I'm assembling a special forces unit of sorts. So you would have me working as part of a group. Well, solo work really is my preference, but infiltration sounds right up my alley. I imagine the castle of Namar is full of hiding locations. That architecture is ripe with nooks and crannies. And shadows. I do like shadows. Does that mean I can expect your assistance? Well, the work intrigues me, and I'm sure that, as a representative of Grimoire who's gone to such great lengths to find me, you surely possess the means to make this job worth my time. Unfortunately, I'm not pleasantly in a position to accept. You see, I'm preoccupied with another job. Were it not for that, I would be entirely open to your proposition. How soon would you be available? I can't say for certain at this point. I'll be available as soon as I finish my current job. Maybe I can help to speed things along. I doubt that very much, although I'm not opposed to collaborating with others in certain situations. Hunting is something I very much prefer to do alone. Here in the forest, I've no need for assistance. The only way that you could help me with this hunt is if you delivered the bounty directly to me. If you could offer me that kind of assistance, I would help you with your Namar problem free of charge. Is that a challenge? I can't stop you from taking it as one, but I doubt that your search will prove a very fruitful endeavor. Trust me, I'm quite skilled at what I do. I'm familiar with the lay of these lands, and I've been out here for weeks without results to show for it. I doubt very much that someone like you would succeed where I've failed. Here's my honest suggestion. Find someone else to help you with your castle invasion. I'm not looking for just anyone. Getting here to meet you was no small task. I came here because I wanted the best. I came here because I wanted you. Kusho chuckles. I appreciate the flattery, and I'll be the last to disagree with you. I'm good, and I dare say I'm one of the best when it comes to assassinations. But you're looking for a much more general sort of talent, and you're a fool if you think that my talents are so unique that there aren't many other elves equally as qualified to help you with your little castle invasion. In fact, I'm hunting one of them right now. What's his name? Kusho turns his back to me and begins walking deeper into the forest. He glances over his shoulder to yell back at me, Veyril. Why are you hunting him? Kusho ignores my call and continues receding further into the forest. I rush forward and attempt to follow, but his legs expertly navigate through the dense brush at a pace I could never hope to match. Within moments, I've lost sight of him. Considering that I encountered Kusho through a combination of sheer dumb luck and a level of compassion that seems uncharacteristic for a man who considers the role of assassin his primary occupation, I suppose I should feel lucky that I even met him. Perhaps if I find this Feyreal that Kusho was hunting, I can win another audience with Kusho. I very much doubt he'll give me the time of day otherwise. Still, is it even worth trying? I suppose I could ask around to find out. Hello, Jade. What business brings you here today? I'm in search of new allies, and you said you have leads. Indeed, I do. What kind of ally are you looking for exactly? I'm looking for someone brave and adventurous. Brave and adventurous. You know, word came to me about a group of treasure hunters from Grimoire who decided that they wanted to make the lost artifacts of the Chizulu ruins their own. The Chizulu ruins, down in the unforgiving swamps. The same. That's mighty treacherous adventuring indeed. They must be a courageous band of treasure hunters. No, they were foolhardy treasure hunters who got wise partway through their trip. Somehow they managed to penetrate one of the ruin's innermost catacombs, but on their way out they ran into Lizard Man, and they were killed. No, they fled and lived to tell the tale. That's how I'm able to tell you this part of the story. Killed by Lizardmen is a bit specific of a description of their fate. Had they actually fallen victim to the beast, the story would end with something like, and they were never heard from ever again. The point is they got some treasure part of the way out. 3 bags filled with whatever they were able to loot. Now these would-be adventurers have been known to exaggerate, but I know those ruins, and even the slayest of artifacts must be quite a boon. Why are you telling me this? I guess I'm not telling you what you asked for, am I? You came here asking if I knew anyone brave and adventurous to join you on your quest, and I am here telling you about a group of cowardly spelunkers. But maybe you could succeed where they failed. You think I should go treasure hunting? Why not? You're looking to beg and borrow favors wherever you can. Having the capital to buy a favor or two might not hurt. And who knows, you could encounter a fellow treasure hunter if you spend enough time near those ruins. You might just find the ally you're looking for. You really think that I might stumble upon someone there? Karen laughs. Of course not. Fear of lizardmen has made the place vacant of all but the most foolhardy adventurers. And the thing about foolhardy adventurers is that their foolhardiness is a tendency to get them less alive than you would probably like to be. But it's a nice thought, isn't it? Anyway, if you would like to go chasing after golden relics, you now know where to begin looking. You can get a bit richer, or die trying, or maybe ignore that suggestion entirely. You have better things you could be doing, haven't you? Maybe so. Exploring the swamp ought to be worth a good story or two, though. Exactly. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think it's a good idea. Go treasure hunting in the unforgiving swamp. What have you got to lose? Apart from your life, I mean. Hey now, if there's one thing I've got a talent for, it's surviving. Well then, Jade, why don't you go survive the unforgiving swamps? Maybe I will, Karen. Maybe I will. It's probably worth my while to make another venture out to Far Shade. My first attempt earned me an unexpected audience with Kushu. Even if the first time was an accident, it might happen again, right? Even if the first time was by accident, there's still a sense in asking about Kushu and the remote elven settlements. Perhaps I'll get closer to finding Kushu, even if my journey isn't detailed this time. The road to Farshade is beginning to grow on me. As I follow the beaten path, the small twists and turns take on a certain familiarity. By midday, I've reached the site of my first meeting with Kushu, with the trees still splayed across the path as evidence of the woodcrasher's previous activity. Rest in peace, young woodcrasher. I hope Kushu made a useful meal of you. I climb over the trampled logs and continue along the path until I reach a second obstacle. To say the path is obstructed is the ultimate understatement. Trees are collapsed onto the path laterally as far as I can see, which, with the height of the trees obscuring my vision, admittedly isn't very far. This is probably the work of the same sort of beast, a woodcrasher, Kushu called it. The beast is aptly named. As far as I can see up the road, there doesn't appear to be a single part of the beaten path that isn't completely covered with splintered wood. A massive swath of this part of the forest has been completely demolished. Perhaps it was a beast much larger than the one I saw Kushu kill, or perhaps they run in packs. Either way, it doesn't look like I'm going to make much progress along this road, at least by conventional means. I think it's time for me to take Kushu's advice. The path is no way to travel. It's time for me to travel like a native. I amble up the fallen trees blocking the path, and descend until I can see the lowest branches of the trees off the road which still stand erect. The climbing is far easier than I anticipated. Numerous branches protrude from the trunk of the tree, and climbing up them is almost like ascending a spiraling ladder. Some of the smaller branches buckle under my weight, but after testing the weight of each branch with one foot, I quickly fall into a rhythm of shifting my weight between branches. As I climb further, the branches become thicker and sturdier, and strong enough that I can put my full weight on any one of them without the slightest bowing. The higher I go, the more I come to realize how it is that the elves native to this region call these trees their homes. Although I am many feet above the floor of the forest, my position doesn't feel perilous in the slightest. As I get closer to the uppermost canopy of the forest, my journey upon the tree branches becomes much less like climbing and more like walking. The interlocking branches of these trees are almost as much as the path as the route I was walking along the ground. Well, the path below may be blocked, but it seems I've discovered a new path of sorts. I begin walking along the branches that crest the forest canopy. Well, Kushu, I had my doubts, but it seems you were correct. Walking atop the trees really is the best way to travel. I hear a bellowing roar in the distance and tense for a moment. However, the tension quickly leaves my shoulders. The bellow came from below. Whatever beast might roam about on the forest floor, I'm completely safe from them above. The bellow grows louder and closer, but the roars are nearly drowned out by the sound of the leaves vibrating all around me. The sound of rattling leaves is replaced by a new sound, the sound of cracking wood. The tree I'm standing on begins to topple, and for a moment I flail, hoping for something, anything to grab onto. I wrap my arms around the trunk of the nearest tree and pray that when we hit the ground it will be me on top of the tree trunk, and not the other way around. I close my eyes and brace for the moment of impact. How did I get here? I was up in the canopy. The trees fell, and so did I. I look around. The woodcrasher who brought me to the forest floor seems to be long gone. I survey the wreckage around me. I suppose I should feel lucky not to have been crushed by any of the falling trees. I attempt to stand, and a searing pain shoots through my leg. I collapse onto the ground. With considerable effort, I force myself into sitting position and examine my legs. The right leg seems to be fully intact. My left leg, I wish I could say the same. Is it broken? Whatever the case, it clearly won't hold my weight. Climb? Forget climbing. I can't even walk. I can't even stand. Is this where I die? Alone an incapable prisoner trapped in the elements, and my own battered and broken body? Hello? I yell. Is anyone out there? Disconcertingly, I hear no echo. I suppose the underbrush of the forest absorbs sound too well for my message to carry very far. Hello? Is anyone out there? I hear only the forest. In Grimoire, I was warned that the forest was hostile to strangers. I assumed that this was a caution against the hostile natives, not the forest itself. How I wish I might encounter one of those hostile wood folk. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be much traffic this part of the forest. I've tread very far off the beaten path. In fact, my goal was to be completely unfindable. I found the perfect spot to hide from potential rescuers. The perfect spot to die and rot alone. Are you happy? Is this what you wanted all along? The forest offers no response. I'm at your mercy now, great forest. Do your worst. I would say she already has. My neck twists in the direction of the voice. Surely I can't have imagined it. Hello, I'm an emissary from Grimoire. Please, if you can help me, I'll find a way to compensate you. A face pokes out through the bramble and splintered wood above me. Are you injured? My leg is looking pretty bad. Bad enough that you can't stand? That's putting it gently. A figure emerges and kneels down beside me. You're in quite a bad way. Do you have any friends nearby? The strangers have Yes, I have friends nearby. This new figure may be a friend or foe. If he is a foe, it certainly won't do me any good to let him know that I'm defenseless. I'm traveling with friends. We've only temporarily separated, and I suspect that they'll catch up without too much delay. But your assistance is appreciated in the meantime. That claim seems doubtful to me. What reason would I have to lie to you? Well, if you were traveling alone, it would be quite a danger to admit it. Lone travelers make ripe targets, you know. I can appreciate your circumstances. But right now you have a problem, and I suspect things will go smoother here if we're both completely honest about the present circumstances. You're out here alone in need of help, and I'm ready to provide it. Am I wrong? You're not wrong. Okay then. Lie still, try not to move, and pardon the dust and splinters. If you're asking me to remain motionless, I think I can handle that without any trouble. Motionless is good. If your hands are still good for anything, you might want to use them shielding that face of yours. I raise my arms and draw them in front of my face to block any falling debris. Dust and splinters begin falling down onto me, and I reflexively close my eyes. I hear the creak of wooden branches bending above me. I hear the sound of wood cracking and flinch. I'm Jade, by the way. Have you got a name of your own to share? The elf ponders my question for a moment. That's a difficult question to answer. It's been a very long time since I've had another person that might have addressed me by name. I've been known by many names. Do you have a real name among those? I had a real name once, yes. I suspect it's one of the many names I've long since forgotten. Well, what would you like me to call you? You can call me the elf who lives in the glade. That's what I am, after all. That's a bit of a mouthful. How about I just call you Glade? Glade. What an interesting name. It'll do, I suppose. It certainly fits. You can go ahead and call me Glade, but don't be surprised if it takes me a bit of time to get used to it. You can open your eyes, by the way. I open my eyes and see the face of my benefactor towering over me. Unfortunately, I have not. Okay, so that is a relationship point. Okay. For Glade. So I was thinking at first this was the elf that we were hunting, but no, this is a completely different elf. That's a hell of a thing to admit, but I'll take you at your word. Lie still, try not to move, and forgive any sticks that may fall on you. Try to keep your head down. Yeah. I open my eyes and see the face of my benefactor towering over me. I'm going to assume that leg of yours is broken. This isn't the safest place to tarry about, so immobilizing it isn't an option. So what's the next course of action? Wait. Glade picks out a sturdy-looking branch and pulls out a knife. He drives the knife down the center of the branch, cleaving it in half, and puts the 2 wooden halves on either side of my leg. You have any rope on you? Unfortunately, I haven't got any rope on me. If you're looking to bind something, I think the fabric of my clothing may be the best thing available. That'll do. I tear a strip of cloth from the bottom of my undershirt and hand it to Glade. He draws the strip around my leg, binding the wood to it. There you go. Now we have a splint. Not my best work, but it'll do long enough. Long enough for what? Long enough to get you out of the way of any roaming wild beasties. Your other leg's good enough to hold your weight, isn't it? Come on, let's go. Glade lifts me from the ground and wraps his arm across his shoulders, supporting my weight. We've got 3 legs between the 2 of us, you see. Here's how we're going to do it. Left leg, middle leg, that's me. Right leg, that's you. We're going to go left, middle, right, in that order. Ready? I brace myself against Glade's side and we begin hobbling away from the mess of broken splinters. Eventually we arrive at a slope. Glade lifts me into a hammock hanging from 2 trees, and I sit up and allow my legs to dangle. What is this place? This is home, or at least it has been ever since the wood crashers showed up. You live on the side of a hill? Other way around, actually. It's a gully. A river used to run through here ages ago. The waters have dried up, but it left its mark on the landscape. Why here? I told you, I came here after the wood crashers showed up. There's not much that can stop them when they get to charging. A ravine like this, it'll bring them to a stop swifter than anything. When they feel the ground sloping downward, they know well not to stay away. A wood crasher doesn't live long if he lets himself get caught in a ditch. I see. Trees can't stop them, but the ground can. Exactly. You spend enough time in these woods, you get to know the locations of these natural barriers. So we're safe. Now what? Glade's eyes narrow and he cocks his head to the side, scrutinizing my face. I think now would be a good time for you to answer a few questions. I've been doing more than my share of talking, and it seems to me that between the 2 of us, you have the most to explain. I place my hands in front of me, palms turned upward. Ask away. Who are you? Earlier you were blubbering something about being an emissary from Grimoire. What's all that about? We're assembling a special forces team to infiltrate the castle of Namar. Namar. Should that name mean anything to me? Namar lies in the fields outlying Grimoire. Recently, the area has become shrouded in mist, and that mist has brought on all sorts of unpleasant phenomena. And you think that this is a problem that can be solved within the castle itself. Some dark magic is in play here. I'm not looking to start a fight. In fact, I would like to avoid one. But we do have questions, and I'm hoping to find answers. Preferably without them knowing. Glade strokes his chin. So you're a spy. I raise both of my hands in submission. I assure you I did not come to the Great Forest to spy on you or your people. Glade laughs. I have no doubt of that. If you were here to spy on me, it would be quite a bad one, to be disclosing your plans. In fact, I'm not sure you have any assurance that I won't run off and tell the people of Namar that you intend to pay them an unwanted visit. Somehow you don't strike me as the type of fellow who would be in cahoots with vampires. You should be careful not to judge people on appearances. But you are right. I don't know any vampires personally, and if I did, I very much doubt that I would be on friendly terms with any of them. Though I'm not the type to be on friendly terms with anyone. I look around at the clearing, devoid of any other people, elven or otherwise. You certainly do seem to be the type who keeps to himself. I never imagined your solitude was due to misanthropy. You've just met me. It seems a bit premature to judge my character when we've had not more than an hour to share words. You took the time to save me, and that doesn't strike me as the behavior of a man with diminutive character. Some will have drinks with a man one day and slay him the next. You can't judge the body of a man's character from a single act. You know nothing of the sins or future virtues of my past. I think I'm a great deal more concerned with tomorrow than I am yesterday, and my interest in tomorrow pales in comparison to my interest today. Well, there's not much left for you to do today. You're not walking out this forest as you are. that leg will need some time to heal. How much time are we talking? 4 weeks at the very least. 6 would be better. That's going to be a problem. Ah, yes. Your business in Namar. Your mission has a certain sense of urgency to it, yes. The mission is time-sensitive, yes. We're committed to strike on the next full moon, and besides that, I've much business to attend to between now and then. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? I must confess I am sympathetic to your plight. I've no fondness for those who walk and talk in death, and if I am being truthful, I am in no way eager to support your recovery for the next few weeks. So I've a proposal to make. Let's hear it. I'll do something about this recovery problem of yours, and in return you'll leave this place and tell no one of my presence here. I was living quite well before you stumbled along, and I'd very much like to continue as I was after you leave. I can abide by that request. Whatever secrets you may have will remain safe. You're agreeing to hide my secrets, even without knowing what they are? Yes, whatever secrets you have, I'll keep them. Well, I'm about to share a secret with you right about now. Glade places one hand on my broken leg, and another hand on the tree my hammock is hanging from. You might want to close your eyes for this. Hmm. Glade closes his eyes and his grip on both the tree and my leg tightens. I grit my teeth under the increased pressure. The skin on Glade's hands begins trembling and takes on an almost luminescent glow. The color begins to drain from the tree, and I hear the old wood creaking as pain shoots into my leg. Glade's fingers drive deeper and deeper into my leg, and the skin under his fingers begins to flush with color. My body begins trembling. I hear the sound of a branch snapping and look back up at the tree. Its wood has taken on a dark shade of gray, and a branch falls to the ground not 3 places from where I sit. Glade loosens his grip on the tree and my leg and looks me in the eye. How does your leg feel? I bend my leg at the knee and realize that the pain has vanished. I look down and find myself startled to see no trace of my injury. It's healed, or it appears to be. Try standing. I place both legs on the ground gingerly and stand out of the hammock, shifting my weight between both legs. I take a few steps forward. No pain, no limp, no sign my leg was ever injured. Good as new. Well, not quite. Still, it's good enough to walk on, and I'm sure that with a good night's sleep you'll be back up to your usual self. I look up at the tree. The plant that was green and vibrant with life only moments now stands replaced by a pitiful, withered snag. I lock eyes with Glade. What sorcery is this? What are you, Glade? Glade casts a sorrowful eye at the lifeless snag. I am a druid, or I was one once. I'm not sure what you call someone who steals the life force from trees. I take a step toward Glade and place a hand on his shoulder. I'm not sure if there's a name for what you are, but I do know that I can call you my rescuer. Whatever it is that you have, it's a gift, and I'm grateful that you have chosen to share this gift with me. I think it would be best for you to leave now. You did say you had urgent business after all. I can show you the way out of the forest, but we need to start moving now if we're to make it out before nightfall. Okie dokie. I set foot in the unforgiving swamp with a sense of trepidation. As I enter the foggy mist surrounding the swamp, I breathe in and find my nose assaulted by a vile wetness. The air is literally thick with the stench of rotting plants and whatever else was unlucky enough to expire in this swamp, and my breathing becomes progressively more labored. As I advance, my nose becomes more and more desensitized to the fetid odor of the swamp. I keep my feet on dry land, but beads of moisture coalesce on my exposed skin, mixing with my sweat and making me feel an unpleasant mix of damp and sticky. I keep to the edges of the swamp, keeping a line of visibility to the nearest standing pool of water at all time. If there are any lizardmen lurking about, they won't be sneaking upon me, hopefully giving me enough time to make an effective retreat. As my nose grows accustomed to the swamp's strong stench, I begin to find comfort in it. After all, carnivorous beasts tend to have a strong sense of smell, and anything that masks my own odor increases my chance of passing through the swamp undetected. The mist around the swamp also serves as a barrier to detection. I can scarcely see a stone's throw in front of me. If I do encounter any beasts, they'll likely be as startled as I am, and being that I'm on edge, I'll have the advantage. Fortunately, my journey through the swamp passes uneventfully. I soon find myself staring at the face of the Chizulu ruins. I look around the perimeter of the ruins for the dropped satchels, and find one of them near the entrance of the ruins. I open the satchel. It's filled to the brim with gold items. Just what I was looking for. I sling the satchel over my shoulder. Its weight is modest, but unnoticeable. The items inside shift and rattle against each other as I move, so I cradle the satchel under one arm to avoid making any noise. One down, two to go. I continue walking around the exterior of the ruins and find a second bag. I confirm the contents. The bag is filled with several jewels, most unrecognizable to me, obviously stones of some value. I sling the second satchel over my other shoulder and begin walking, cradling both satchels as I walk. However, dedicating both arms to cradling the bags robs me of my balance. I keep my footing initially, but the uneven ground gets the better of me. The soft soil gives way as I put my foot down, and my foot slides forward into the mud. I drop the bags and land on my ass. I ease myself off the ground gingerly and rub the spot where I landed. Doesn't seem to be hurt. What have we here? Looks like we found ourselves a treasure hunter. I turn around and see two serpent-like creatures behind me. Nagas. Oh dear, did we startle the poor thing? Don't worry, darling. We aren't going to hurt you. In fact, I think we would like to become your friend. What's your name, little one? I'm Jade. I'm Silrissa, and the quiet one over there is my friend Enoch. We're treasure hunters like you. I believe that would make us rivals. But making friends is so much more fun than making enemies, and it looks like you already know where we might find some easy treasure. That's right. Silrissa and Enoch. Okay. Indeed I do. Some acquaintances of mine were here earlier. Their expedition was cut short when they were attacked by a group of lizard men. They escaped with their lives, but not the treasure. So I've come back to collect what they dropped. 3 bags in total. What a fortunate coincidence. 3 bags, 3 of us here. Do you think this might be the beginning of a beautiful friendship? I would say I value our friendship at 1 bag of treasure each. That ought to do it. What do you say? Would you like to become our friend? I'll take any friends I can get in this swamp. Excellent. In that case, we'll each be helping ourselves to one of these bags. Enoch and Silrissa pick up the bags I dropped and inspect their contents. This one's got jewels in it. Are these emeralds? I've never seen one so big. Enoch, what did you get? Enoch reaches into the bag and pulls out a gold bangle. A few nice pieces. Do you think this would look handsome on me? I think it fits you splendidly. Jade, what do you think? What do I think of Enoch's gold bangle? It's handsome, but not as handsome as you, ooh. I think you could do better. How do you mean? A man as handsome as you deserves better than a trinket like that. Ha ha. If you're trying to flatter me, you should know that you're succeeding superbly. Well, we have our bags of treasure. You said there was a third. Let's find it. It should be somewhere near here. Is this it? Silverissa holds up a satchel matching the ones I already found. I found it under a lily pad. Sorry about the wetness. The bag looks like it's still intact. Silverissa hands me the bag and I open it. What's inside? I dig around in the bag. It's filled with rocks. Oh, looks like poor Jade got the worst of it. I wouldn't be too sure. You said your companions were here beforehand, right? They picked the contents of these packs from the depths of the ruins. That's right. Well, they wouldn't have dragged those rocks out of there for nothing. Perhaps they have some magical properties, something not evident to the naked eye. You should take them to an appraiser. I'll do that. I would hate to think I came all the way out here just for a bag of rocks. Of course, there's the possibility that someone looted the bag before you got here and filled it with ordinary rocks to weigh it down so that it would sink in the water. Who would do something like that? Perish the thought. We have what you came here for. Let's get out of these ruins. It's not a safe place, especially for someone like you. Yes, let's get out of here. The presence of lizardmen makes my scales shudder. You came here from the south, yes. We can escort you to the edge of the swamp. I know the fastest way. Let's go. Enoch leads the way south through the swamp. Enoch, are you sure that taking the fastest way is the best? Of course. Faster means less time for us to get accosted by whatever might be lurking about. Enoch cuts through a wall of standing reeds. Speaking of things that are lurking about, through the reeds I see 2, 3 lizardmen. It seems they've seen us. Guess we'll have to fight our way out of this. It's about time. You know, I was starting to get bored. And I just remembered, because I'm slow and I forgot, and, okay. What happens if I close my eyes? Will I get relationship points from this? I shut my eyes. Glade tightens his grip on my leg. I grit my teeth under the increased pressure. I hear something, like a buzzing, pulsating noise coming from the hand that's gripping my leg. I hear the old wood of the tree above us creaking as pain shoots into my leg. Glade's fingers drive deeper and deeper into my leg, and the skin under his fingers begins to tingle. The jitter spreads until finally my entire body is trembling. I hear the sound of a branch snapping, followed by the thud of something hitting the ground in front of me. Luckily, I wasn't underneath that branch when it fell. Glade loosens his grip on my leg. You can open your eyes now. How does your leg feel? Okay, so nothing either way, okay. So I'll just load here. Do I get a relationship? I do. So I get a relationship no matter what there. Do I get more one way or the other? That gets me up to 2.5 hearts. Oops. Not what I meant to do. And this gets me up to 2 hearts. Okay, so the other one is slightly better. What happens if I say no? We lose... Yeah, I figured. We're essentially having to buy our friendships here, but whatever. Okay, then we'll do this and get that 2.5 for Enoch. Can you handle yourself in a fight? Just watch me. You might learn a thing or two. That was unexpected. Sometimes you'll catch the odd lizard man sentry roaming around these parts. That trio looked like a coordinated group, ready for combat, almost as if they were on a mission. There could be more of them. Who knows how many? It might be best to plan for escape rather than confrontation. Jade, I'm worried about you. Enoch and I can swim away in a hurry if things turn bad. You don't have that luxury. Rissa, I think you should stay here with Jade while I scout ahead to figure out the safest route forward. I think I can handle that request. Enoch begins heading south, soon vanishes into the mist. So Jade, we finally get some time alone to ourselves. I feel like there's so much we could discuss. I'm not sure whether I want more to share about myself, learn about you. I'll let you decide. What should we talk about? Let's talk about you. Tell me about yourself, cutie. Why don't you tell me about yourself? Me? Well, as you know, my name is Rissa. I live in the swamp here with Enoch. There are other Nagas, most of them living to the east. I much prefer to live life on the edge. Enoch is my only real companion. That's fine with me. I don't need anyone else slowing me down. Exploring, getting into trouble, seeing the unexpected. Life is so much more fun when you don't know what's coming next, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. And I should know a thing or two about that. After all, I came out here to the
Stream
swamp without knowing
Elements
what was awaiting
said,
me. It
stay
turned out to be
thirsty, my
quite
friends.
exciting.
Hydrate.
After all, I got to meet you. Silrissa is beaming. All. See, you understand. Life is one grand adventure. It would be a shame to try and make it anything else. What's the most thing you've gotten to do? Well, I've come face to face with the undead. That was quite an experience. Silrissa claps her hands. Undead! How exciting! You know, I've always wanted to meet a vampire. I hear their eyes glow, just like mine. You would like to befriend a vampire? Befriend? Heavens no. How can you trust someone who's undead? They're dead, but they're also not. How does that even work? If I ever met a vampire, I'd very much enjoy having the chance to dance with them, then have a pleasant chat with them, then slice them up a bit with my blade. No better way to get to know someone than from the inside. Well, I agree, but I think there are better ways to be exploring people from the inside. Ooh. Should I be worried that you'll try to disembowel me? What? No, I would never do something like that. After all, we're friends, remember? Well, that's... A lone lizard man stumbles into the clearing, looks at us with an expression of shock. He must be a lone scout. It wouldn't do to let him report back to his friends, would it? Let's make this quick. Looks like I missed all the fun. He was alone. We should get moving before more come along. Enoch? The southern part of the swamp is thick with lizardmen. I know a detour to the east that we can take. Then let's go. As we march eastward, I notice Enoch's eyes darting around as if looking for something. Enoch, are you okay? You seem tense. I'm just a bit nervous. You never know what could be lurking about. Enoch, why don't you wait here with Jade while I go scout ahead? I'll see if I can find a more direct route to exit the swamp. Oop, not what I meant to do. Boop, 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 boop. Gosh darn it, me and my slippery fingers. Let's talk about me first. I highly doubt it'll change anything. I think it just ends up, I already know that you're the sort who risk life and limb to go hunting for treasure. What is it that compels you so? I wish I could say I'm just an ordinary treasure hunter hoping to strike it rich. The truth is I came here at the behest of a friend. We're working toward a common goal, so I decided to go along with a plan which involved me going exploring, her staying behind at home to mourn my loss if my efforts proved unsuccessful. How do you feel about that arrangement? I think I got the better end of the bargain. I'm pretty happy with my end of things, actually. She stays at home, does all the boring tasks of leadership and whatnot. Meanwhile, I get to run around and have adventures. After all, I met you. I wouldn't have had that chance if I were back home sitting safe and sound. Silvers grins and bites her lip. Okay, so we get the relationship up no matter what. We just learn different information. I like you. I feel the exactly the same way. Living each day not knowing if you'll see the next. It's the best way to live, isn't it? Enoch and I, we don't live the most stable of lives. It's mostly catch as catch can. Around the swamp, you're never sure what's coming next. That's exactly what's so thrilling about it. What's the most thrilling? Okay, so it does change a little bit, but we still get the 2.5 thingies, so. Enoch relaxes and tension in his shoulders lessens a bit. That may be best. Silrissa heads off, leaving me alone with Enoch. What was that all about? I guess there's no point in hiding it. To put it simply, we're nearing Naga territory. I'm afraid of running into one of them. You're afraid of your own kind? Yes, I'm not exactly welcome among my fellow Naga. Should I inquire further or let it rest? What happened? Oh, okay, we get a half point for asking. You are nice to ask. You could say that I don't get along well with most Nagas, so what happens if we don't ask? What about Silrissa? She doesn't seem to share your reservations. Silrissa is different. She left of her own volition. Silrissa left because she doesn't like Naga society. I left because Naga society doesn't like me. What is it about Naga society that Silrissa finds distasteful? Nagas have very few rules when it comes to killing. Anyone who steps into Naga territory unwelcome is likely to be made into a meal. Naga kill all the time without provocation. In a way, that's what led to me leaving Naga society behind. Do you want to talk about it? Not particularly. I had a feeling you were going to ask about it. You seem bothered by the fact. I'm not bothered by the fact that you want to ask. I dislike it when people try to conceal their intentions. Okay, so he prefers it when we just straight up ask. Okay, so yeah, that'll just get us up to 3 hearts. Nagas kill many things. Anyone who steps into Naga territory unwelcome is likely to be made into a meal. Naga kill all the time without provocation. There are very few rules, laws among Naga restricting what we can't kill. I was with another Naga named Simmons who was very liberal about killing. He and I were traveling the southern reaches of the swamp. We chanced upon a group of traveling dwarves. They were refugees, displaced from their home, on their way to the human empire. They had become lost. There was no reason for us to attack them. They had no intent of trespassing on our land. They posed no threat to us. In fact, they were terrified of us. I can still remember them quaking in their boots, with a painful look of fear etched on their faces. I would have seen those dwarfs on their way, been out of their lives as soon as possible. Simmons just stood there, looking them up and down, licking his lips. He watched as they quaked, flinched in fear, laughed at them. He yelled at them, "Scream for me," he said. They remained simply paralyzed in fear. So he walked up to one of them, a little girl. In an instant she was dead, bleeding upon the ground. A woman began wailing as the other turned to flee. Simmons killed both of them with a ruthless swiftness. All those lives wiped out in the blink of an eye. I stood silently as Simmons began laughing, looking at me, pointing at their remains. He killed those dwarfs for nothing but his own amusement. As I stood there, looking at Simmons's laughing face, I was filled with rage. I took my blade, removed that laughing head right from his body. As I said, there are few rules restricting when Nagas may not kill. In fact, there is only one rule. Naga never kill Naga. I broke that rule. Consequently, I live in exile. Silrissa, she's not like me. She left the community of her own free will. Naga society is very traditional. Silrissa isn't much for tradition. Her views on killing are also similar to my own, although unlike me, Silrissa is not without sin. Is without sin is. I'm thankful to have her. In a way, we look after each other. I was alone, needed a companion. In a way, she did too. For obvious reasons, Silrissa and I tend to stay away from this part of the swamp. If I were to run across another Naga, things might go very poorly. That's why I've been nervous. Hey, you two. Hope you didn't get bored waiting for me. Not at all. Are you ready to lead us out of here? Indeed I am. Silrissa leads us southward in a twisting path. Several minutes later, we find ourselves embedded deep within the southern region of the swamp. I begin to see formations that look familiar. Silrissa leads us through some thick reeds, stops cold. She holds up a hand, puts a finger to her lips. I creep forward silently, peer through the reeds. A pair of lizard men are passing by. Silrissa whispers, "What should we do?" "Stay down." We all lower ourselves to the ground, watch as the lizard men pass. Once the beasts are out of sight, Enoch speaks up. "Sneaking has gotten us this far. We're not going to start picking fights now, not when we have no idea how many lizardmen might be waiting to reinforce whoever we pounce on. If we're going to sneak our way out of this swamp, we need to send someone to scout the way out of here. 3 of us moving at once with no sense of what lies ahead is the fastest way for us to get caught." "Right, I'll scout ahead." "No, I will." "Enoch, don't you trust me?" "It's not a matter of trust. If someone's going to take risks, it should be me." "Jade, settle this argument for us, will you?" "I should go. Neither of you needs to go. I will. I got myself into the swamp. I can get myself out." Enoch shakes his head. "Out of the question. Tell me, did you encounter any lizardmen on your way into the swamp?" "No, I didn't see any until after I met up with you." "Exactly. You know nothing about how the lizardmen move, how to avoid them, how to fight them alone if worst comes to worst." But I still got the relationship points, so I got half a point each. So just out of curiosity, let's see what happens if we do this. Silrissa let Enoch go. "But you asked me to settle the argument, so I did. Let him go. We'll wait for you here, Enoch." Enoch nods. He turns to Silrissa and whispers something in her ear, then leaves us behind in pursuit of an exit. Silrissa and I wait in silence for a few moments before Silrissa begins squirming. "Are you going to ask me what Enoch said to me before he left?" I shrug. "I figured it was for your ears only. Why else would he have whispered it only to you?" "I suppose that makes sense. I didn't see any of those lizardmen on my way in. How do you suppose it is that they've come this far south in such a short time? The lizardmen are very territorial beasts. It wouldn't surprise me if you left a few tracks on the way in." I look at the ground in shame. I hadn't considered that. "Don't look so sad. It's an easy mistake to make. I guess I can say I've learned a lesson about learning to cover my own tracks. That's what counts, right? Getting better every day, learning to deal with the challenges the world throws at you. Life wouldn't be life if everything only went right all the time." As we wait, the tension begins to grow thicker. Silrissa and I begin picking at the scales on the back of her hand. "What are you doing?" Silrissa looks down at her hands and folds them. "Sorry, bad habit. I sometimes do it when I feel nervous. When I was a little girl, sometimes I would pick at my scales so much that I would start to bleed." Silrissa paces, looks around. Enoch shouldn't be taking this long. "Do you think something happened to him? Maybe he got caught." "I'm afraid he may have. I think the cost of continuing to wait may outweigh the benefits." "I think so too. Let's go." I allow Silrissa to lead the way. As we walk, I become more attentive to the ground, noticing the footprints of what I can only presume must be the lizardmen. We're getting close to the edge of the swamp. Enoch must be somewhere nearby. We push forward through a wall of towering reeds. Silrissa stops cold. Oh no. I look over Silrissa's shoulder and see a line of lizardmen, all marching single file. I count 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. The three at the end of the line are carrying something long and scaly. Is that? It's his tail. Silrissa lets out an audible sob. One of the lizardmen turned toward us. I hear the lizardmen bellow. 11 other heads turn to face us. Silrissa, they see us. Enoch, we have to go. Now. Silrissa nods with tears in her eyes. Okay, so if we do that, more than likely the other one, she dies. So, but I'm going to go ahead and just check. I think you should let Silrissa go. I can't argue with the both of you. Don't you worry, I'll be back before you know it. Silrissa gives a wave over her shoulder as she leaves. These lizardmen, how do you suppose there are so many of them roaming about? I didn't see any of them on the way in, yet the area is thick with them now. Did you leave behind any tracks on your way into the swamp? I look at the ground in shame. I hadn't considered that. You're right, that's probably it. Well, what's done is done. Okay, so yeah, it's probably best to do this one, because that gives us the points and everything. Let us help you. We won't take no for an answer. Okay, so we do that, and then we have to choose one of these anyways. I see how it is. We dash south with the lizardmen in hot pursuit, hoping against hope that there aren't any lizardmen waiting ahead of us. After minutes of running, I arrive out of breath at the edge of the swamp. A river runs in front of us. Jade, get behind me. Wrap your arms around me. I grab hold of Silrissa, and she leaps into the river. I find myself immersed in the cold embrace of the water. I feel the current of the river assaulting my body, as if trying to tear me away from Silrissa. I lock my arms around her. Hold on for dear life. I feel a force pressing down on my head, growing more and more intense and painful until suddenly everything goes black. Jade, Jade. I try to open my mouth. What comes out is a fit of sputtering, coughing. Where are we? We're downriver. It was the only way I could think to get away. Enoch. They got him. If they get his tail, there's no way he escaped. I place my hands on the ground, force myself to sit up. What do we do now? If they got Enoch, he's gone. There's no bringing him back. Where does that leave me? I don't know, Silrissa. What are you doing? Where are you going? Me, I have responsibilities in Grimoire. That's where I have to head back to. That's right, you're hunting vampires, aren't you? Do you think? Do you think that I could join you? I'm not sure what else I have to do with myself at this point. You want to come with me? Well, I can't live in a human city, or won't is more accurate. I don't think I would get along well with humans. This, Silrissa gestures behind her in the direction of the swamp. This is still my home. When you're ready to go explore Namar, if you need my skills for something else, I'll join you. I would be grateful if you would. Okay, so it seems like on most of these we have a choice to either leave one behind and gain one, or so we pretty much choose which one we want. Either Silrissa or the one girl in yeah. Okay, and again we have some of these numbers on very weird, but that's fine. Her agility is insane, and I really want to get her agility even. I probably shouldn't, but my OCD. For the next 3 times whenever a character gets hit with close range attack, counterattacks the enemy. That could be good. Combat stance. Character focuses fewer accurate hits. Reduces speed, increases attack. Avoidance. Character focuses on taking as little damage as possible. Reduces speed, increases evasion. Recover. Combat stance. Character focuses on recovering lost SP. Reduces speed. Hits a single target using 2 weapons for 1.5 base damage. Permanently lowering his health by 5 for the rest of the battle. Doesn't work on bosses. I think I'll focus on counterattack. Counterattack could be useful. I hope you'll come back to visit me in the swamps sometime. I know you're busy, but I'm here if you ever need me for something besides fighting. I won't forget about you, Silrissa. I'll come back here again. I can't guarantee when. You haven't seen the last of me. Thanks. Are you hurt anywhere? I stand up, take a few steps. I'm good enough to travel. Well then, enjoy your journey, wherever it takes you. Jade, please keep the money. Silversa hands me the satchel full of gold coins I found in the swamps. Thanks. Are you sure? I like the gems more anyway. Silversa turns around and dives back into the river. Jade. Hello, Lena. I notice Lena seems about to speak, but she stops. Could it be that something is on her mind that she's afraid to tell me? What is it, Lena? Tell me. The Naga you recruited. Well, I admit she's rather unique, but she's an excellent fighter, and very good if you need to lighten the mood. Are you familiar with Nagas? They're brutal. They have no remorse when it comes to killing other living beings. I thought you would appreciate someone who can fight. Okay, so that gives us a half heart if we say that. We need all the help we can get, which does not give us a half heart, so. Don't get me wrong, I think they are very talented. I'm glad they're on our side. However, there's something disturbing in the way Nagas fight. They really enjoy it. I kill enemies too, for necessity, not for fun. I see. Lena, let me reassure you about one thing. When I met Silrissa and Enoch, Enoch told me their story. They reject the Naga's mentality completely. They're exiles. There's a reason for that. They're more like us than you seem to think. Maybe. It still shows in the fights, the brutality. As long as they're brutal with undead, I have no problems with it. Anyway, what would you want me to do? Keep an eye on her. That I can do. Thank you for listening to my concerns, Jade. You're welcome, Lena. Sure thing, cutie. Okay, back to the map. See if there's anything else we can do today. A Foley Miss show seems to be pretty much the hint on where we can do and what to do next. But there's nothing else we can really do. I'm not sure what Reputation does, but it seems like we can do an arena wherever. Maybe more shops unlock or something? I don't know. But I think that's all we can do today. So, okay. One of these is, Grove or Forest Guy. One of these is the dwarf we left behind. I don't know if we'll ever get him. The other one is probably the other Naga, but he's probably dead. That's the guy right there. So there's still what, 1, 2, 3, 4 more people we haven't met. Something like that. That sounds right. Not much we can do now though. Yeah, I can see we can do the training in the arena wherever. And it seems to upgrade our reputation. I'm not sure what the reputation does. I'm honestly not. Glade, that was his name. Still can't go to Hammerhead. Appears we can't explore the swamp anymore. Talk with Karen. Queen Karen, you wanted to see me. Oh, it's you. Please come forward. I've learned of something that I think will interest you, Jade. Something good? Quite the opposite, I'm afraid. Trouble in the desert. What kind of trouble are we talking about? Rumors have been circulating that there's some kind of corruption stemming from the desert, connected to the corruption spreading from Castle Namar, no doubt. Actually, there is some doubt. The desert's dunes are home to more than a few notable landmarks. Landmarks such as the tomb of Erd is supposedly the resting place of a great warrior who is known for his dealings with the occult. You said tomb and resting place. Is a dead man giving us trouble? It certainly wouldn't be the first time the dead had given you trouble. Have you notified the council? This seems like the kind of thing that we should have more information about. As I said, rumors have been circulating. Evidently, the council doesn't think that's justification enough to launch an investigation, especially when this matter is so far from their borders. So you're bringing this to my attention. Yes, if you decide to investigate this matter, I suspect the council will provide little in the way of assistance. If you want help, you'll likely have to seek it from the people that it affects most, the desert dwellers, people who live in the desert. That region is home to many nomadic groups. Where should I look for them? Think about what the word nomad means, Jade. They are wanderers. They likely have mobile settlements. Any location I could provide you with would likely be outdated by the time you arrived. I'm just supposed to wander about aimlessly hoping to bump into someone. Maybe. My recommendation wouldn't be simply Maybe. My recommendation would be to simply investigate the Tomb of Ur to see if that's the origin point for any dark dealings we should know about. If you encounter any natives along the way, it certainly can't hurt to ask for their assistance. At the very least, they should be able to assist you in locating the tomb and navigating there safely. Should my safety be a concern, just keep your wits about you if you decide to go. If you have more pressing matters to attend to, I don't mean to distract you. I know that sending you out to investigate rumors is perhaps outside the scope of your responsibilities. I thought you would want to know. Thank you for the information, Karen. Sometimes the most frightening truths begin as mere rumors. Always a pessimist. At least you won't be disappointed. I stand at the edge of the great forest. I look through the dense foliage, can scarcely see more than a stone's throw ahead of me. Perhaps that density of greenery is a barrier, a warning of sorts. Well, I disregarded the forest warnings once before. It punished me in perhaps the worst way imaginable. Yet I lived to tell about it, with a bit of help from Glade. I shift my weight between my legs. Whatever lingered of my leg wound seems to have healed since my last visit to the forest. I suppose I should thank Glade. I'll be seeing him anyway. I don't see any other way to carry on with my mission. If I'm to gain Kusho's help in fighting the menace of Namar, I'll need someone better trained than I at navigating these woods. Someone who knows the lay of the land. Better still if it's someone who can help me out of a jam if needed. Who else could I turn to but Glade? Perhaps he'll think it tasteless to ask another favor of him so soon. Perhaps charity is an attribute he possesses in limited qualities. I won't know until I find out. I dive into the forest, begin heading back to Glade's spot by the river, where I saw him last. Glade's nowhere to be seen. I shouldn't be surprised that he's out, about. I'm perfectly content to wait. The gully should afford me protection from any roaming wood crashers. I locate the hammock that once held me in my broken state, realize that one of the trees that's tied to has been transformed into a snag. Sorry, tree, your vim and vigor is now mine. If it's any comfort to the tree, I can at least be a good steward of the health I've been given. The snag is dead wood. I try the hammock. It's still stiff enough to hold my weight. I snuggle in to catch a brief respite. My legs have been in a near constant state of exhaustion from walking. I appreciate the moments when daytime affords me the chance to rest them. Hours pass before I hear the first noise of an elf tumbling through the bush. I will let out a whoop. Ho, Glade! Glade stops in his tracks. What are you doing here? I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance in my moment of peril. I'm hoping you can help me once more. I'm looking for someone. You shouldn't have come here. I'm sorry. I know that you want to be left alone. Rest assured I haven't told anyone of your presence. You should go. Now. I'm sorry, Glade. I shouldn't have come. I'll be on my way. I turn around, hear the sound of a low whistle coming from a patch of nearby brush. It seems you were followed. I'm assuming those aren't friends of yours. Two dark elves step out of the bush. Okay, so yeah, that makes it go down. No, nope. They're certainly not friends of mine. Do you know them? Only that they're dark elves, and they don't seem like they're here to make friends. I think we all know how this ends. Wait a minute. Was it you? What is it you want? Two things. All of your possessions, and no witnesses. Sorry, this only ends one way. Mm-hmm. It does end only one way. Your death. These woods are dangerous. They're home only to those living in exile. Like you? I live in exile, much like those dark elves. I do my best to avoid them. I kneel before Glade. It's an act of extreme humility. That's what I think the circumstances, Glade's character, demand. Please accept my apologies, both for bringing danger to you, for asking for your assistance once more. I swear once I leave these woods, your existence here will remain a secret. I need to call upon your help once more. Just some information would suffice if you could spare it. I told you that I was looking for someone, an elf assassin by the name of Kusho. I know that he resides in these woods. I have no idea where to begin looking for him. Kusho. The name is familiar. I presume you've looked for him in urban areas, yes? Yes, I've asked around. Word on the street places him alone in these woods. Do you have any information about what business he might have in these woods? It would be odd for him to disappear for something so trivial as the pursuit of the hunt of a wild beast, solitude merely for solitude's sake. As a matter of fact, I do know. He has a mark. No surprise there. I don't suppose you have the name of his mark. As a matter of fact, I have. Glade arches an eyebrow. What kind of assassin is he that he would allow that kind of information to float around to reach the likes of you? He told me directly. We met in person. I wasn't able to follow him, which is why I'm here now. Well, you wanted my help. Out with it. Who's this assassin hunting? A man named Varel. Varil. Varil. Glade's voice is barely a whisper. That's one name I was hoping the world would forget. Do you know him? He's standing right in front of you. I glance around. Where? It's me. I'm the one your elf assassin friend is hunting. Okie dokie. How about that? I lock eyes with the elf standing in front of me. Time stands still for a moment. What is that look in his eyes? He has the eyes of a sad man, one with more regrets than I'm sure he would care to share. I have to know. Why would he be hunting you? Glade. Variel shakes his head. You've known me for so very little time. Yet in that very short span of time, you've seen what kind of elf I am. What kind of druid, if I can even be called that anymore. What kind of man I am. Druids are descended from Mother Nature herself. We are brothers, sisters of the forest. Our job is to protect the life of the forest, not steal it. And yet, look at me. Variel clenches his hand into fists, looks down at the ground. I am an aberration, an abomination. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Variel buries his face in his hands and sinks to his knees. They all know that I don't belong here. I can't blame the elves for banishing me from their territory, and I certainly can't blame this Cusho fellow for doing what I'm sure he knows is right. Perhaps there's another way. Perhaps I can parley with Cusho. You're living in exile. You're in isolation. You've been undiscovered for so long. Why should the elves care about your continued existence? Those are questions I don't have the answers to. You came here to find a man named Variel. Now you've found him. What do you intend to do about it? I'm going to make this work, Variel. I'm not sure exactly how I'll do it, but I will. Can you trust me? Variel stands up and looks me in the eye. You trusted me with your life. It seems only fitting now that I trust you with mine. Okie dokie. Not sure how we're going to handle that, but I guess that's something else to try to handle now. Still can't go to Hammerhands, nothing to do in Unforgiving Swamp, so I guess we'll go to the Orcus Waste and explore the desert. I raise my hand to block out the sun as I gaze over the desert. Karen did tell me that I would know the tombs when I saw them, but before I can recognize them, I have to see them, and I seem to have gravely underestimated the size of this desert. Still, I'm well equipped for the journey. If I die out here, it won't be to the heat. I take a swig from one of the flasks hanging from my belt, allowing the water to slide down my throat. The water seems nearly as hot as the ground I'm standing on, but serves to quench my thirst, if not soothe my throat. The indignities an adventurer must suffer. I climb to the top of another hill and look down. Still nothing but the texture of yellow desert as far as the eye can see. Maybe the next summit will give me a better view of what I'm looking for. I begin walking down the hill. And you drop something and it bounces somewhere and you have no idea where because it just bounces everywhere. It's like, how can something bounce that far? It is weird. You would not think it could bounce that far, but it does. And it's like, where did it go? There you are. How did you get that far away? I just dropped you. You're right here. Anyway, I'm about halfway down when the ground begins to move underneath me. Before I know it, I'm flat on my back, sliding down a bed of sand. I close my eyes, brace for the impact. To my surprise, I find myself slowed to a halt, giving me a soft landing. I check my skin for lacerations, bruises. A tumble down any other hill would have left me quite battered. The fine sand of the desert seems gentle in comparison. I guess today is my lucky day. I begin trekking up the next hill. Several steps up, I found the ground giving way underneath me. I continue stepping forward. I maintain my balance. With each step, I find myself sliding back down. I feel nothing but the soft give of sand beneath my feet. It seems impossible to get solid footing. I guess I'll have to find another way around these sand dunes. I turn around, begin climbing up the hill I just came from. Again, find myself sliding back into the basin. I guess climbing up a hill isn't always as easy as sliding down. I begin digging in the sand, hoping to find some solid ground underneath. I get several feet deep before giving up. It seems I'm surrounded by nothing but sand. I try to get a running start to try and run up the dune, but my efforts prove fruitless as my feet sink into the sand with each step. I begin surveying the basin I've fallen into. Walls of sand on each side. What am I to do? Perhaps I need to take a step back, figure this out before I exhaust any more energy in a futile effort to climb the dunes. I sit down, take another sip from my flask. As I lower the water from my lips, I look up at the sun overhead. Suddenly find myself aware of just how much water I'm carrying. 4 flasks left. That should be enough to last me until sunset. I suppose I do survive until sunset. What then? I've got to get out of here at some point. It may as well be now. I stand up, feel my feet sink into the sand. Funny, I was sitting on that same patch of sand, yet the moment I try to stand, I will find myself beginning to sink into it. Why do I sink more when I stand? I weigh the same sitting as standing. I did have more of my body touching the ground when I was sitting. I wonder. I flop down on my stomach, begin crawling up the sand dune. The sand is loose enough that I find myself sliding back whenever I stop to catch my breath. Still, I'm making upward progress. That's something to be grateful for. I look up toward the top of the dune. My upward progress is slow. After several minutes of crawling, I'm perhaps a third of the way up. The sand is beginning to get stuck in my boots, clothes. There's nothing for me to do but keep climbing. At last I crest the top of the dune, take a moment to sit and catch my breath. I'm about to take another swig of my flask when a shadow covers me. I look up and see the source of the shadow. She stands over me with some kind of staff in her hand. Hold up my hands to show her I'm unarmed. I mean you no harm, stranger. Oh, that was the right thing to do, apparently. Who are you? I'm Jade from Grimoire. My name is Nuala. Tell me, Jade from Grimoire, what brings you to this desert? You've been causing quite a disturbance. Disturbance? What do you mean? I've been completely alone this whole time. You've been disturbing the sands. Nuala gestures to the slope behind me. The shape of the sand makes it obvious where I climbed up. Sorry, is that a problem? I could tell there was something in that basin by watching the top of the dune from afar. I came here thinking that you were prey, some animal trapped in sand. Chances are I'm not the only one. What do you mean? Nuala points to several black dots on the dune near us. Jackals. Just like me, they saw the movement of the sand from where you climbed up. Just like me, they came here looking for a meal. I think we should leave. Nuala shakes her head. No use running from jackals. Someone like you can't outrun them. Our only hope is that they perceive us as a threat, decide to leave us alone. What if they don't? Then we have to fight. What should we do? Try to look formidable, intimidating. How can I intimidate these jackals? Attack stat check or choleric stat check? I have 0 cholerics, so that's not going to work. Yeah, but my attack is pretty high, so probably will be fine. And I'm a dwarf, so I mean, yell and no. Draw my weapon and hold it aloft. I draw my weapon and hold it aloft, assuming the most intimidating stance I can. The jackals continue to approach. Their individual shapes come closer into focus. Stay steadfast. Don't let them see any fear in you. If they see you shaking, they'll tag you as easy prey. I maintain my pose, trying my best not to waver. The jackals continue to approach. Soon they are close enough that I can see the leader of the pack. Look him in the eye. And I need a 10 attack to... Okay, I see. So, yeah. The lead jackal stops in front of us. 2 jackals come up beside him, flanking on the left, right. Ready that weapon of yours, Jade. I think we're in for a fight. Be careful of the one in the middle. He's the leader. Okay. Well, it might be better to fight anyway, just so we get the experience, honestly. So I'm not that worried about it. We only have to defeat the alpha, so I'm going to focus on defeating the others. Just Well done, Jade. Today you are the Alpha Predator. Thanks for the help, Nuala. I don't know if I could have won that fight on my own. Jade of Grimoire, what is it that brings you to the dunes? I came in search of the tomb of Erd. The tomb you speak of is well known to my people. You'll have no success finding it, equipped as you are. Who are your people? We are dune marchers. The people of the Empire might refer to us as nomads. You're not nomads? We are nomads, but nomad is a broad term. There are many nomadic groups that wander this desert. The dune marchers are but one of them. You said that the tomb of Erd isn't accessible. How is it that your people know of it? I didn't say that the tomb is impossible to get to. I said that's impossible for someone such as you. The way you march through the sand draws the attention of jackals. There are predators far more dangerous than that standing between you and the tomb of Erd. Yet the predators don't seem to be a problem for you. Why is that? As I said before, we are dune marchers. Nuala gestures to her legs, which are adorned with an odd sort of covering. We insulate our legs, temper our footsteps so that we can move through the sand without disturbing them, attracting the attention of animals. Nuala points toward the horizon. Do you see that? What? More jackals. We should go. We're not going to stay. Fight. They're far enough away that we can get a lead on them. We can have you out of these sand dunes before they catch up to us. What if I don't want to leave? Would you rather face that pack of jackals? I count at least 7. Who knows how many more will follow them? I follow Nuala's pointing finger, see several dots on the horizon. I think I can see the jackals now. We should leave. Now. Nuala escorts me through the sand. Her pace is quick, deliberate. As I struggle to keep up with her, I make note of the purposeful movement of her feet, how she lifts one foot off the ground just as the other touches it, how she slows her footfalls just before touching the ground. The jackals gain on us, but we reach the edge of the dunes before they are close enough to attack. The jackals eventually give up the pursuit, retreat back into the dunes. Before long, my feet are on solid ground, the familiar dry, hardened soil that makes up the desert flatlands. You can make it out of this desert on your own from here. Yes, I can. These dunes are not a place for dwarfs such as yourself, Jade. Leave the dunes to the dune marchers. Are you going to be okay on your own? Those jackals might come back. Don't worry about me, dwarf. I know these dunes better than the beasts themselves. Nuala turns, begins marching back into the sand dunes. Okie dokie. So there's another one, Nuala. Jade, I was thinking it was about time you came to visit me. How did you know it was me? Actually, I've been following you since you stepped into the swamp territory. What? When I had to stop, go behind that bush for... Don't worry. I respect people's privacy. I just looked away when you had that business. Silrissa was following me, hidden. I'm not sure I like it. I guess you did it to protect me, right? Absolutely. Yes, that was the reason. Silrissa grins. People get vulnerable when they think they're in control of a situation. Imagine some bandits ambushing you. Maybe they're 2 or 3 against you, alone. They think they've already won. They look at you like a wolf on his prey. And this is where I would make my grand entrance, right behind them. A few seconds and a few slices later, their dead bodies would be floating down the river. When you talk like that, it's almost poetic. I know, I really am an artist. Although you were describing death. I'm the kind of artist who paints in blood. This is starting to get more and more morbid. Anyway, I only came here to make sure you were all right, and it seems you are. Well, I miss Enoch, but I know that when the opportunity arises, I'll go looking for him and rescue him if all goes well. If he's still alive. I'm sure of it. He doesn't look like it, but he is a tough Naga. All of you Nagas are tough. Thank you,
Stream
Jade.
Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
So, what have you been doing, Silrissa? There's not much to do around the swamp, but I don't mind it here. It seems to be the best place for a person like me, except for the times when I need to come with you in the arena or on some mission. I thought you might like to spend more time traveling outside the swamp. I do. However, the stares of the humans in Grimoire when we walk in the streets, or when we fight in some arena, I never thought about that. I don't blame them. Probably they've never seen a Naga before in their lives. Still, it's a bit unsettling. They don't like me, and I don't like people who don't like me. I understand. Well, if you're all right with calling the swamp your home, then I suppose I'll leave well enough alone. Yes. However, you, Jade, you're always welcome here. Thank you. I'm glad to have you as an ally, Silrissa. Although, as for the swamp, what, you don't like it? What about it? I don't have many memories of the swamp. Most of them are bad ones. I know Enoch was a close friend to you, but I like to think he was my friend as well. Silrissa nods understandingly. You got to have some positive memories of Enoch in the swamp. Whenever I come here, I'm reminded of, you know. I understand, Jade. I don't wish to relive that memory either. Whenever I go back to where I last saw Enoch, I can't chase those thoughts from my head. I feel like I should go. It's the air around here. It sticks to your skin, makes you feel sweaty. It's even worse than being in the desert. Really? That's my favorite part of the swamp, Jade. It keeps my skin nice and moist even when I'm out of the water. I guess a Naga would say that. The odor here is quite strong. I know, isn't it delightful? I was thinking the opposite. It smells like rotting meat mixed with the vomit of buzzards that tried eating that meat. I know, it's so nice. Perhaps we should lay this topic to rest. I'm beginning to see why you and I have differing opinions about the swamp. I feel like I should go. Leaving already? I'm sorry I don't have more time. I'll be back soon. Okay, so it doesn't look like either one of those gives a point. I kind of thought one of those would, you know. But apparently not. Which one did we just go with? Bad memories? Okay. We'll just go with bad memories. That sounds like a good choice. I'm not sure how I want to do this reputation thing. I feel like I should try and maybe even it out, but maybe there's one for going really hard on one person. I don't know. I don't know. And that's not letting me. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. Okay. Let's see. Oh, apparently there's one for 10,000 gold coins. That's a lot of money. Okay. Apparently money will become very much not a problem here soon. Hmm. There is an achievement for finishing in visual novel mode, so that's something to keep in mind. Okay, well that's interesting. Of course, you know, the usual achievements related to romance and CG. No, I'm not seeing one specifically for reputation, so I don't know what the reputation does. And there are no guides because this game is just way too small for guides. So I'm going to leave Amazon with 15 local reputation. I'm going to start getting the others up. And maybe go for 15 as a base benchmark for right now. I don't know. Nuala told me that I shouldn't return to these dunes. Then again, Nuala also told me that the tomb of Erd is somewhere in the sand, so I suppose I don't have much choice if I'm to carry out Karen's wishes. Nuala found me, helped me once before. Perhaps she'll deign to do it once again. I march through the dunes, keeping care that I don't wander too far. If I start to see wild beasts on the horizon, I should be able to make it to the desert flatlands from here before they catch up to me. Now, to get her attention, I pull out a dagger with a small metal blade, begin tilting it to capture the sun's reflection. I aim the beam of light at the top of the nearest dune, trace a line along the horizon with the light. I see some vultures overhead. Apparently, birds like shiny things. I can only hope that the response of the jackals will be intimidation, fear, rather than curiosity. I see a figure approaching me. I lower my mirror, begin waving. Within several minutes I can make out the figure. Looks like Nuala has come to see me once again. What are you doing here? Nuala, my intentions haven't changed. I came to this desert seeking the tomb of Erd. I've yet to find it. I'm hoping that you can assist me in finding it. This desert is vast. Why would you come alone? As unlikely as it seems, I was thinking that I might meet you again. Nuala smiles, shakes her head. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. In fact, I had one of the Dune Marcher craftsmen begin working on another pair of greaves, on the chance that you might appear again. You have an extra pair of Dune Marching greaves? Not with me. They're waiting back at camp. Can you take me there? On one condition. You need to understand that the Dune Marchers aren't prone to random acts of charity. You did save me the other day. I found myself no poorer for it. If you want a pair of greaves to march these dunes, you'll need to work for them. What kind of task do you have in mind? It's not up to me to decide. Come, I'll bring you to our tribe's leader. Nuala begins marching forward, back in the direction I came from. Your tribe is located in the flatlands. No, but with those boots of yours, taking a detour through the flatlands is our best chance at making it through the desert unharmed. Fair enough. I fall into step behind Nuala, allowing her to lead the way to her tribe's settlement. Ho, Chief. Ho, Nuala. I see you've brought a visitor. The same I told you about before. Yes, the one from Grimoire. You said her name was Jade, yes? Yes, Chief. Chief is what the Dune Marchers call me. To you, I am Lyric. All right, Lyric. If I understand right, you came here in search of precedent for your legs. A Dune Marcher's greaves. I came looking for the tomb of Erd. From what Nuala told me, it sounds like I'll be needing special footwear from you if I want to reach there without disturbing the sands. Indeed, we have a pair for you to wear. A Dune Marcher's greaves are something earned by tribulation. Does that mean I could earn one if I endured the tribulation? You could indeed, though I didn't expect you to be so eager to march toward tribulation. Perhaps once you know what the tribulation is, you won't be so eager to weather it. What is it? We have a scorpion problem. If you desire to walk like a Dune Marcher, help us eliminate it. There are numerous scorpions that have infiltrated the dunes by way of the flatlands. There is one in particular that has been causing us problems. I think I can take care of a scorpion by myself. This is no ordinary scorpion, Jade. We wouldn't expect you to take care of it yourself. We'll send a shaman from our tribe to accompany you. Nuala is eager to wander these sands. She may as well do something useful rather than prowl aimlessly. You'll be needing these. Bind them tight. Lyric tosses a pair of greaves at my feet. I strap them to my legs. Thank you for your generosity. I'm surprised to be welcomed so warmly by you, your people. It is my pleasure. I am surprised to hear someone from an Empire city call it a warm welcome when we're sent off to the den of an Emperor Scorpion. I'm surprised that you're giving me the time of day at all. You shared your tools with me so that I could walk the desert. It's very generous of you, even if I am assisting you in return. How can we be anything but welcoming? The desert is already cruel enough without hostility between tribes. As long as there is reciprocity, we are happy to assist you. We are all working toward the same goal. What goal is that? Symbiosis with the desert, an understand of the world we inhabit, mastery over nature, and most of all, survival. Good luck, Jade. Do well, and those greaves will be yours to keep. I follow Nuala through the desert. As we walk, I mimic her stepping pattern, slowing my footfalls as my feet touch the ground. It's not the first time I followed Nuala in this fashion, but following her without disturbing the sand is much easier now. The greaves expand and contract with each motion of my legs, cushioning each step as my feet touch the sand. My footsteps leave only a small ripple in the sand as we march. Nuala's footprints are smaller still. What's it like? What is it like where you come from? Are you asking about Grimoire? I mean the world outside the desert. You're well traveled, yes? Tell me about the things you've seen. Grimoire is the capital of the human empire. The energy in that city is like nothing I have ever seen. Energy? Are you speaking of magic? No, the energy that comes from having many people crowded into a single area. Grimoire is loud. When you step out onto the street, you hear just how vibrant the city is. It's a mixture of people's voices, the sound of rolling wheels on streets, metal tools striking stone as stonemasons continue to build the city. 100 other noises that all blend together in one grand cacophony. In comparison, the desert is quiet. If you stop walking, you hear only the sound of the wind. It's something that I think the people of Grimoire envy. Is it always loud, even when you sleep? It depends on where you go in the city. No matter where you go, there are going to be other people there. Even at night, you can hear the sound of people snoring through their walls, rolling restlessly in their bed. How fascinating. The idea of hearing your neighbors even when you can't see them. The idea of listening to conversations spoken by people you've never met before. I've never experienced anything like that. There are other tribes in the desert, most of them residing in the flatlands, barrens. We have neighbors. The idea that you might overhear another person who you've never seen face to face is unthinkable, especially in these sands. Have you ever been outside the desert? only to its edges, only with my people. Even within the desert, it is seldom that I venture past the dunes. Occasionally I enter the desert flatlands. These sands are what is comfortable, familiar to me. Why do you never wander beyond the dunes? The dunes are where I can move confidently. I have spent many years as a dune marcher. Whatever threat I face, I feel confident that I can outpace it. If I leave my people to go hunting, I can feel confident in my ability to return with something to show for my efforts. You're a shaman, aren't you? I thought shamans were healers, not killers. How is it that you're also an accomplished hunter? I am good at waiting. Some people chase their prey, fight it. I am one for stalking prey, outlasting it. My shamanic powers ensure that I am always the last one standing. When it comes to facing these scorpions, the emperor scorpion is no ordinary prey. It draws its vigor from the sand. We must draw it out, fight it. Where is the scorpion anyway? That is what is at issue. The emperor scorpion can be hard to find. We are in its general area. The scorpion can travel below the sand. Hunting it down would be impossible. That is why we must draw it to us. I suddenly become aware of the fact that we are at the bottom of a small basin between two large sand dunes. What exactly does that mean? It means that we must become the prey. How do we do that? Dance, dwarf. Dance. Nuala begins stamping her feet on the ground, jumping up, planting her feet in a way that sends tremors through the sand. I begin dancing with Nuala, leaping skyward, planting my heels onto the ground as I land. Though the whole purpose is to disturb the sands, I find myself falling into rhythm with Nuala's movements, swinging my arms with the same cadence that her hips sway. The ground around us begins rumbling. I see several black shapes emerge from the ground. Scorpions. Ready your weapon, Jade. Which one of these was the Emperor? The Emperor Scorpion is yet to come. Wait a moment. Nuala plants her staff in the sand, closes her eyes as her grip tightens around the staff. A massive creature erupts from the sand in front of us. A black cloud forms around Nuala's head. Ready yourself for battle, Jade. He's fierce. The powers of the desert are fiercer still. As the beast falls, it begins to fade into a black dust that is carried off with the wind. Within moments, the scorpion is completely disintegrated, leaving no trace of its existence behind. We're done here. Let's report back to Chief. You're back. I trust the desert is one dead scorpion closer to being safe? Yes, Chief. Excellent. Well, Jade, you've got the greaves. They're yours to keep. They look quite good on you. Lyric, I have a question about the scorpion we fought. Yes. When we defeated it, the scorpion simply vanished. It didn't leave so much as an empty husk behind. What exactly did we fight? That is a good question, and one that I have been trying to answer myself. I have led the dune marchers through this desert for many years, but I have never seen creatures like the one you just described. That is, until what? Several moons ago, we began encountering beasts infested with some kind of corruption, something which tainted them and made them prey upon the desert, spreading disease and the stench of death with them. Whenever we failed one, it would turn to dust, just as you described. It began slowly. First it was the jackals that prowled the sands, then it was the vultures of the air, and now it has spread to the subterranean beasts, like the scorpion you just encountered. With every full moon, some new kind of evil seems to awaken in this desert. Lyric, I have a theory about what may be causing the corruption you describe. Please, if you have answers, I am all ears. The thing that you describe, a kind of darkness corrupting the lands, is something that the people of Grimoire have observed as well, from the plains around Namar. We think we know the source. Actually, that's been my focus, ever since I found myself caught in those blighted plains. However this blight will end, we know that the answers we seek are inside the castle of Namar. I'm in charge of assembling a task force to infiltrate that castle. Interesting. It seems that the answers to the desert's blight may rest outside the desert itself. In a way, I feel that the future of my people may rest in your hands, Jade. Of course, I would be a fool to run in blindly alongside you. There is the issue of trust, for even if I believe that you're telling me what you believe to be the truth, I remain skeptical of the idea that you know exactly what is transpiring behind the corruption that we see, both here and in Namar. By your own admission, you are still seeking answers. Jade, if you are telling the truth, I wish that I could help you, but before I can think about what the darkness will bring in one moon's time, I must think about what the trials of the desert will bring in one day's time. And yet, regardless of the purity of your intentions, I believe it would be to my benefit to remain attuned to what exactly is transpiring in Namar. I would go myself, but at this point, I think it may be best to send someone on my behalf. Nuala's ears perk up, and she turns to face Lyric with a look of expectation on her face. I'm sure you've already sensed that Nuala has a great curiosity for what lies beyond the bounds of the desert. I think that having her accompany you might serve both our interests. You must understand that whatever there is to see, I may encounter a great deal of peril in observing it. That would go for anyone who accompanied me as well. And I'm sure Nuala here is well equipped to face whatever perils await you. What she lacks in experience she makes up for in instinct. Believe me, she won't be a burden. In fact, I think you'll find her to be quite the opposite. Nuala, is that what you want? Nuala gives me an enthusiastic nod, and the look in her eyes tells me that she means it. Well then, I can't guarantee that Nuala will be party to everything that goes on in my operations around Namar. If she's willing to lend a hand, I'm happy to accept it. Have her report back to you whatever she experiences. And now we have Nuala, a shaman. Yay! Okay, let's see. So if she's a shaman, we probably need to focus on actually the same as the other healer. Will, constitution, and skill, not so much power, but power's already at 6. So it's at an awkward number anyway, so we'll have to make sure to level that up a bit. And then I'll keep healing, leveling up the purifier skill. Thank you, Jade. I know that I am not offering much. My actions may seem motivated by self-interest. I hope that this is the beginning of a lasting relationship between my people and yours. Oh, Lyric's also one. Okay. You're our friend now. You're welcome to visit us, trade with us whenever you have the chance to venture again in the desert. I will remember your offer, Lyric. Where will you stay, Nuala? I'm a nomad. I'm not used to stay for long in one place. However, I'll wander in the plains between Grimoire and the Orcish Waste, scouting, exploring. I'll make sure you can always find me when you need me. Good. Okie dokie. So we can trade with the Dune Marchers. Sounds good. There's nothing else. Oh, no, we can explore the forest once more. Okay. Hello there, Jade. Kusha. I didn't expect to see any of you. You struck me as exceptionally busy the last time we met. I am a busy man. I'm pursuing a specific goal. It behooves me to explore every possible avenue for advancing toward that goal. I'm concerned with matters of this forest. That you already know. I've noticed that you've been spending more and more time here as of late. I was wondering why that might be. Kusho wants to know why I've been spending time in the forest. I was looking for Veyriel. Fair enough. I suppose you now have a stake in the action, don't you? I seem to have inadvertently made my struggle your struggle as well. Since I've devoted a considerable amount of time to searching for this fellow, I think I ought to know what exactly he's wanted for. I never did tell you that, did I? I suppose I should inform you of the particulars. Do you remember when we first met? You were getting a bit too close to a slumbering woodcrasher. I made short work of it. Yes, I remember it well. This probably doesn't come as any surprise to you. Those woodcrashers aren't native to this forest. They're invasive. To say they've been causing problems would be putting it far too lightly. The forest is a living entity, in many ways no different from you and I. Every day it's being torn apart by those rampaging beasts. Trees, hundreds of feet tall, centuries old, are being flattened like nothing by those beasts. When those trees fall, the creatures that called them home have nowhere to turn to. The deer, birds, elves who live here share a symbiotic relationship with this forest. The damage to a tree can have a ripple effect which affects all life in this forest. A forest that was once lush, vibrant with life, is now being filled with dead, rotting wood. Those wood crashers are killing the forest, one tree at a time. Every day that passes with those wood crashers rampaging about, this forest grows closer to death. The forest, everyone, everything living here, their lives are in the balance. The wood crasher plague must be ended. How does this relate to Veyriel? Veyriel was once a druid. Druids, if you don't know, are those blessed with the ability to commune with nature itself. A druid's connection with the forest is so intimate that they can feel the pain of the forest in their own body. As you might imagine, there's a lot of pain to be felt right now. Veyriel. Veyriel is different. Whatever relationship he has with nature has become a horrible perversion of druid magic. Rather than sharing energy with the forest, Veyriel saps it. He can take the life force from a tree, make it his own. Years ago, Veyriel was banished from his native village. He's been living alone, somewhere, someplace in this forest ever since. In that time, I suspect he's had the time to practice, develop whatever sinister magic he's practicing. You believe that Veyriel is conjuring the Woodcrashers. I don't know the mechanism by which the Woodcrashers entered the forest. What I do know is that stopping Veyriel is the first step to ending the Woodcrasher menace. Does Veyriel have to die? I don't think that imprisoning him will help the problem. Who knows what foul magic he might be capable of using from imprisonment? Veyriel can't be allowed to live in this forest any longer, even in captivity. What if Veyriel was imprisoned elsewhere? I'm sure that Grimoire could spare you those resources. Kusho strokes his chin thoughtfully. I suppose that would solve the issue of proximity. I doubt very much that Veyriel could affect the forest from as far away as Grimoire. Keeping him alive in captivity may get us closer to a solution. Who knows what secrets his lips will let loose? I wonder if Veyriel leaving the forest of his own volition would satisfy Kusho's needs. Ask Kusho if Veyriel could leave the forest a free man. What do you suppose would happen if Veyriel left the forest of his own volition, was left a free man? Completely unacceptable. I need complete assurance that he will never be able to return to this forest again. I'm not one to take those guilty of crimes against nature at their word. He needs to be killed. He needs to be imprisoned away from the forest. Why do you ask? Have you learned anything about Veyriel's whereabouts? I'll let you know if I do discover anything about Veyriel's whereabouts. I doubt I'll have much luck finding him. You've been searching longer than I have. You know these woods better than me. If you ever succeed in finding him, I hope you'll come to Grimoire and find me. Of course, I'll join you once I've found, subdued the man. Until then, I'll be searching these woods, slaying wood crashers where I find them, searching for Variol. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business in Farshade to attend to. Apparently, someone discovered a nest of wood crashers near there. Cusho leaps into the air, grabbing the lowest hanging branch of the tree, swings out of sight. I hear the faint rustle of leaves above me, growing more and more distant, until Cusho has left me far behind. If Cusho is attending to business in Farshade, now would be the ideal time for me to escape this forest with Vayriel. I run back to the clearing near the gully where I met Vayriel before, let out a whoop. I hear a rustling of leaves above me. Vayriel emerges from the branches of a tree. Vayriel, let's leave this forest. Come to Grimoire with me. Aid me in my mission. As you wish. Vayriel looks over his shoulder with a forlorn glance before falling into step behind me. So, this is Grimoire. There's an inn at the end of the street that can serve as your short-term lodging. This is my home now. This is where you live. You don't have to call it home if you don't want to. Maybe I will call it home someday. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a burden. I believe I can take care of myself well enough. Please don't worry too much on my behalf. If you ever require assistance in your exploration of Namar, please don't hesitate to call upon me. And now we've got a fallen druid. Okie dokie. Life tab steals target's health, transferring it to the caster. Dark Empathy. Each turn for the next 3 turns, caster loses hit points to get skill points. Interesting. Life Channel. Caster loses hit points. Half the amount is transferred to all party members, so it's healing at the cost of self. Surrounds target's body and coat of brambles with a counter of 3. Those that strike target with melee, specifically. Okay. Hits single target for base attack, causes chain, paralyzes target. After all, I did save you once. I would hate for that to be for naught. I'll be certain to take you up on that offer in the future. Fare thee well, Jade. Okie dokie. That's trade with. I thought I said talk with for a second. And we still can't go to Hammer Hands. Making sure we've done everything we can today. Party talk, interesting. Talk with Desira. I find Desira in a tavern on Grimoire, where I last meet her. Hello, Jade. Hello, Desira. You seem happy now. I am. I just met with Nuala. It's nice to talk with a fellow caster, especially a fellow healer. I'm glad to see that you two are getting along so well. Both of you are valued contributors to our cause. Thank you, Jade. I also met with other party members. Something wrong with any of them? No, not at all. I just wanted to say thank you. Why? You know, before this, I really didn't have many friends. I mean, I knew some people, but this is different. I understand. We all share a common goal and we all help each other. We are all different races, cultures. We come from very different places. Yet we are all together in this, and I know that every one of us is doing their best to help each other and to reach our goal. Exactly. Isn't this amazing? It's like if we're all under some sort of charming spell. I think I know the name of that spell. Friendship. Desira looks up at me, smiles. I need to go now. Was nice talking to you. Same for me. Just call me if you need help with anything. Or don't need help, or if you just want to talk, you know. Okay, cool. We're figuring the game out slowly but surely. Karen wants to speak with me again, so I reach her at the sit down. I hear that your efforts to assemble an elite task force have been quite fruitful. How elite they are is yet to be proved. Yes, my recruitment efforts have been quite successful so far. So far would imply that you intend to continue your recruitment efforts. Are you sure that's wise? You don't think I should? I am simply saying that you only have so much time to work with. If you have a full party ready to take on the castle, I would think your time would be better spent working with those individuals you've already met, rather than trying to recruit more individuals. Think more about ways to improve the combat readiness of the followers you already have. I see. So you're saying that after a certain date, I won't be able to recruit them anymore. Exactly. Well, you might. Could be too late for them to be useful in battle. If you haven't already, take the time to communicate the plans of your mission to your team. I'm sure you've spoken about it with all of them in broad terms. A series of one-on-one encounters is no way to communicate a strategy. You're dealing with matters of great importance. You should assemble everyone to speak with them. That sounds like a good idea, Karen. Jade, one more thing. There's another reason I suggested that you form an assembly. I'd like to meet your team members. What for? If you've judged these people worthy of joining your cause, then surely they must be people worth knowing. There is a distinct possibility that my own Amazon warriors might one day fight in tandem with your little task force, depending on the scope of battle. If that were ever to happen, I think it would put me at ease to know who exactly my allies would be. You would fight alongside us, or above you, as the case may be. As I recall, the first time I saw you, it was from the back of my griffin. The truth is, my request is more rooted in curiosity than anything. If you wouldn't mind indulging me, I would like to see the group of individuals that you've chosen to call allies. All right, Karen, I'll bring them to the Citadel sometime. Actually, I think perhaps it would be best if I met them outside of the Citadel. My sentries might not respond too well to seeing a ragtag group of individuals making their way here. And besides, the Citadel is quite far to travel for those living near the center of the continent. Besides, I don't mean to make the event more formal than it needs to be. A camp in a neutral area seems like a much better approach than a formal audience in the Citadel. Interesting. We'll make it happen then. Excellent. I look forward to it, Jade. When you find the time, you can make arrangements through Lena. Simply assemble your group for a meeting. I'll accompany Lena. Okie dokie. I find Vayriel at the inn in Grimoire. Hello, Jade. Vayriel, how have you been? Any troubles? No. Here nobody knows me. I am only an elf like many others. I wanted to ask you something regarding the Dark Elves. The ones who attacked us at the edge of the Great Forest? Yes. What's the story behind them? I know they're exiled from Grandtree. Apart this, I know not much else. It's complicated. It is said that the Dark Elves were born when an elf mixed his blood with that of a demon. Is that true, or just a story people tell? Who can say? The stories are so old at this point that it's nearly impossible to separate fact from fiction. Their origin matters less than the fact that many druids, even elder druids, believe the Dark Elves spreads corruption in the Great Forest. Their mere presence can harm the trees, other plants. Vayriel seems to have a lot in common with the Dark Elves. I should be careful about what I'm about to say. Do they have any proof? I find it hard to believe. I mean, the ones who attacked us were clearly evil, not more than any other human, dwarf, nomad bandit. What are you trying to say, Jade? You can't conclude from the misdeeds of some Dark Elves that all Dark Elves must be evil, that the thing that matters are people's actions. There can be evil as much as there can be good in any race. Your words are like caresses to me. I imagine that you could identify yourself in all this. I am. The reasons that elves have for treating me differently are not imaginary. You've seen what I do. I do really hurt the trees of the Great Forest. Yes, however, you also give something in exchange. You take life to give life. How is this different from a man who cuts a tree to have wood fire, keep his family warm during Hibernia? There is a cost to everything. Some people choose to ignore that simple reality. You don't have to. Thanks, Jade. You gave me much to think about. I should try to use my talents to help the others more. You're welcome, Vayriel. I think... Oh, interesting. Does the actual portrait change if there's something better we can use? Because that would be interesting if it does. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. Okay, so we do have a bow thingy, I guess, but I'm probably going to sell the bow. That sounds good. I think as far as the party goes, it looks like we can only have 4 members, and we've got 6 at this point, so we should probably focus on specific characters that we want to have with us. I'm thinking Lena, me, Desira, and Nuala. Sarissa could be good. She seems to have some good attack, but her health, I don't know, maybe I just need to level her up properly. I also don't know if we eventually have to use everybody if the party grows, so that could be something to think about as well, I guess. But for right now, I will focus on these characters for propagation and all that. Nuala, Desira, yeah. That sounds good.
you
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.